to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair. This.
Yes. Yo, sounds good.
But it's not recording? It's not recording.
You have to write everything down then.
Would you call the guy? I'm gonna take notes on these first couple of things and see what he comes up with. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, input, output. Oh, that's.
Go ahead, can you look into that one? 1 2 1 2 test 1. 1 2 1 2 test.
Minute. He's looking up.
I think it's great that they're stepped up and did that, for you guys. And just to let you know, as commissioner, I'm a liaison for, used to be the Matisse Visitor Center. And as a new director, what I've mentioned prior to was, if you ever want me to attend any of the meetings, I'd be more than happy to come over. It's just, I'm Clark, but if you don't need me, you know, you guys do your thing, and if you need something from me, I'm sure to reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Who needs Lloyd?
What?
Who needs Lloyd?
Any other comments, thoughts?
No, I mean, I think, you know, they do a great job over there. Certainly, I've been a part of that, all three of those, the big things, the ice fishing derby and then Labor Day. So I think it's a great organization.
Okay, just a reminder of how this works is we take all these under advisement. We'll work through the budget as we receive it from our staff, and make some decisions in the near future. And then, okay, perfect. Thank
You
you.
want to give out some brochures of stuff that we talk about,
Absolutely.
stuff like that?
Sure, that's great.
Swag.
Oh,
Swag.
You gotta have swag. Gotta have. That's the Berlin brochure.
Thank you. Let me geek out from the Yeti.
I got one on my computer. So.
Salmon color, it's not pink, it's salmon color, that's why I covered it.
Thank you. It wouldn't say rec center grand opening, gonna be, you know?
Where's the rec center grand opening? It's supposed to be, that was Rody, she said.
Speak today about, I think it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Coming.
Gotta grab my
And Mark,
budget.
can you reach out to Rhodey and see when it's gonna be, that rec center grand opening and. It's just be nice if you know. Thank you. You want a number? Okay.
Shelley? A little bit ahead of schedule, but I think they're okay.
Good morning.
Can you swing the mic over towards you? There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so on our agenda, Shelley Wadley, Cody Senior Center, special funding request.
Okay, yes, I'm Shelley Widley, the director of the Cody Senior Center. I just entered into my second year, so still new. But we've had great things happen at the senior center. I'm requesting money for local match for our grants that we get from the federal government and the local or the state government. Our goal here is, I'm just going to read that. We aim to make a positive difference in the physical, emotional, and economic well-being of the senior population. Our mission is to make a positive impact on our seniors' lives by providing supportive services, transportation, meals, and social activities. I went into our site yesterday to get some stats at the things that we've been doing. And as of Friday, we serve rolling meals and in-house meals. And we have served in-house meals, 15,146 meals to seniors here in Cody. And the meals are that we do not charge. It's a donation of $4 for them to come in and socialize and have a very good meal. The meals that we deliver with volunteers, we're up to 9 routes here in Cody, and we serve 27,113 meals to people that cannot come into our center and get those meals. We also have frozen meals that people can come in. And of course, our membership is 60 plus. And like I say, it's donation. If someone comes in to get a meal, it is $6. And if they're not seniors, they pay that. A lot of our members do pay for the lunch, which is $4, like I said, for a very good meal, which is pretty awesome. But those who can't, that's who we're reaching out to here in Park County, in Cody. We have our transportation system that as of Friday, we had taken 600 different rides for people since October. We take them to medical appointments. And of course, we're assisted as well. We have the chairlifts for wheelchairs. We have the vans for walkers. And we also offer our services to the general public. The seniors do come first. It again is a donation of $2 to take a trip. Doesn't bring in a lot of money for us, but we try to use that for local match as well. Our program funding. So disabled people can ride on the transportation. And during the summer months, we do have people that will call up that aren't on our regular route to go to different places. People can take the bus to the senior center for their lunch, for their socialization, for different activities. But non-members, non-seniors, it's $6 of a trip. And we do charge for that. That's not a donation. We also have social activities, which is very important. If you look back to COVID, when we were all shut in, it was crazy. It was crazy. And for seniors that can't get out, I'm not going to say they're crazy, but it's kind of hard because if you go into a senior's house, they're going to want to talk to you. They need to talk. They need to have that interaction. So we have transportation that brings them to the senior center or whatever activity that we have. And some of the different activities we've had is we've gone to the museum. We've taken a trip of seniors to the museum. We are starting an annual picnic at Jerry Kincaid's ranch, K3 Ranch. And so we have all these extra activities. We have bridge games. We have board games. We have card games, bingo, Tai Chi. We have a lot of exercise classes as well every single day of the week. We have quite a group that participates in that almost every single day, which is pretty awesome. And people who are not members can come in and pay the $6 fee to come into our classes. But of course, seniors get the first spots because that's who we're serving. And I did also go on the census and found out that we have over 68,000 seniors, 60 years and older in Wyoming. 68,000 males and 71,000 females, 60 and over in Wyoming. We're also the highest state in the union bringing seniors in. They want to come here and retire. And I truly believe that the senior center is helping our community to provide these meals, provide these this transportation and these social activities. And then the population in Park County of 65 and over is 25%, 65 and over, and we serve 60-year-olds. So that doesn't even count those. And then 25% in Cody are 65 and over. And you can see that our population is, the elderly population is growing. And with the way that it seems throughout the United States, you know, families are not as close as they used to be. You used to depend on family members to take care of grandma, to take care of grandpa, to take them to the doctors. And because of jobs, people have had to leave and go to different, and it must be a burden on them as well. But one of the good things is, and we've had this happen a lot, that people that their parents are here, say they're in Washington, and they want to know they're safe. And so we provide those services, especially with delivering meals. We also do welfare checks. We know those people are normally there. They haven't called and said they're not there. We do welfare checks. Sometimes they're very successful, but there has been some bad ones. But knowing that that person who is trying to support themselves in another state and their parents are here and their parents don't want to leave here, we're aiding in assisting them. So I think we do a lot for our community, for Park County.
Madam Chair, I can vouch as a guest server there, and they do like to talk. Especially when they found out I was from Powell. They all had stories. Of people they knew.
They do. And I wish I could just get paid for 8 hours of talking with people. I really do. Or listening.
Great organization.
Well, I do notice that your request is up just a hair, but
Yep.
understandably with the expenses that have changed so much.
And the food and the numbers that we're serving has, we're trying to do our best to curb that. But we also, we have standards to meet for the, what the seniors need. And we have tried to go with fresh foods so much more and tried to find different avenues for that.
Thank you. I think you're aware that we just take this under advisement for today. And we'll work through our budget and we will be in touch.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you. Okay. All right, fine. Yeah, yeah, so we make it work. This is just. Myron, we're running a little bit ahead. You want to come up?
Well, there was supposed to be another person here.
Okay.
And there's a few presentation.
Do you want to wait a minute and we'll let James go
Yeah,
ahead of you?
wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
James, we're gonna slide you in.
It's gonna
Um,
cost you.
It's gonna cost you, but, and then you'll probably still have to provide Molly with the form when you get. Oh, you sent the form, just not the appointment.
Thank you
Okay,
for letting me do that. I've been occupied the last week. Some didn't realize I was supposed to even be on that.
okay.
Supposed to call to get on the calendar. I've always showed up, been told when to be here, and so I come. So I'm James Klesson, CEO and President of Forward Cody, Wyoming, the economic development organization for the Cody area. Finishing up our 17th year of pushing all kinds of different things in the community. And so what I put in my request this year was I asked if the commissioners would consider a significant increase. If you've got that in front of you, I asked you for 20,000 this year. Typically it's been 10. As you recall, back in 2008, when this program started, the county was a $25,000 sponsor. We watched what happened with the economy and taxes and things like that, and graciously accepted a decline in that. But as our program's grown and the amount of assets that we maintain, have us doing things like paying property taxes in a significant way. In 2024, we'll pay over $100,000 in property taxes on projects that we own in the community. So I think we've done some good things to assist the county and the community in the right way. I think this afternoon we'll talk a lot about the shooting complex. I plan to be here and just listen to the conversation about support letter and how we can help with that. As you might expect, we've got a deadline that's 2 weeks away from yesterday. We've got lots of ground to plow still. We're still learning lots about the cost of that project, but I think this could be a watershed project for the community of Cody relative to what it would bring in enhanced tourism and the ability to bring a different clientele of people to the community than maybe we have now. It's certainly going to be additive to our tourism economy. A lot of people around the state are saying, well, you don't have enough hotel rooms. Well, Cody's got a propensity for when we don't have enough hotel rooms, we build them. We don't have enough restaurants, we build them. If you look around the state of Wyoming, the newest hotels in the state, the newest restaurants in the state are here, not in other communities. And so I think we have every opportunity to to win that project. But in addition to the shooting complex project, I think you know that we manage 5 properties that are doing everything from manufacturing of firearms, our premier project, the Gunworks project. Sorry about that. They're up to 95 employees in that facility, and it's reported in the projections. Their average wage is over 70,000. So that's a significant payroll to the community, and we know that that travels out to all the businesses of the state. We are working with our business incubator. You know about the light manufacturing incubator on 26th Street. We leased that to a gun auction company, gentleman named Spencer Hogland out of California, but actually lives here now. Started Wyoming Outposts. Last report from them, they have 19 employees working in that facility as we speak. So it's a positive thing. Wyoming Athletics Products is another one that we continue to support in whatever ways that we can, making jerky that sells through stores across the United States. Every year forward, Cody sees about 50, 60 businesses individually and spend considerable time counseling and guiding them and doing the things that we do on a regular basis. I mean, we'll write business plans, help write business plans. We'll do financial planning, do a little bit of grant work with some people. Unfortunately, most people think there's lots of grant money out there. There really isn't for private businesses. It only happens in certain particular cases. And then I think, we are a constant community advocate. We know that if we build our community to be a better place, that's going to be better for businesses as a whole. So I would respectfully ask that you consider maybe up in the ante of the county. I know how times are. I understand those are tough decisions, and I also know that you will take this under advisement and get back to me later. So that I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any
Thanks, Shane.
questions for James or anybody okay?
I'll do this out.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
I'll see you at
Thanks.
1.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Yep.
We're ready.
Okay, come on up. Thanks for letting us change that a little bit. Oh,
Not today.
Well, I'm here for my annual request for the last 23 years, I think, probably at least. Ordinarily, we request just how much as you could give us for general operations, but this year we have a specific need, and that is that our baler, our main baler who handles our cardboard and stuff, is fairly old and it needs some extensive repairs. We got a bid from, it can only be repaired by out of state operation because we don't have nobody in Wyoming has the equipment and stuff. So the bid we got was for $8,000 to repair it and bring it up to grade that would last for a number of years. So basically that's what our request is this year is $8,000. A couple of things I want to remind the commissioners is that we keep a very accurate account of our customers. And over 45% of our customers are rural. So City of Powell residents basically pay the whole smear at $2 a month. So that's quite a contribution. Occasionally we get some rural people that donate some money out of their own pocket to help us. But we basically operate keep the doors open by the residents of the City of Powell who are very supportive of us. So just like to see if we couldn't get a little more money out of the county to help us with this. We had a tough year. It's helped a little bit. We're shipping cardboard now again, which we held inventory. We held 7 truckloads in back because it would cost us money to ship them. We would lose about $1,500 a load if we shipped it and paid the freight. But now we're making a small profit and shipping our cardboard. So things are looking up a little bit, but the world situation that could change overnight. That's one of the things about recycling. You don't have a market only if they want to buy it. So there's nothing we can do about raising prices. So that's our specific request. Now, along with that, we are partnering with a group of people in Powell who have organized and are proposing some glass recycling. Our biggest request from customers is, why don't we take glass? Well, we don't take glass because there's no market for it the way it is. this group has got some proposals I think you'll find very interesting. The recycling center will be providing space and manpower and electricity to operate it, but it's all, if these people can get the money together through grants and stuff to provide this piece of machinery. So I'll let him take over. He can introduce himself and take it over. And that's my request for the day.
Yeah, I'm Jason Nicholson. I'm part of a volunteer group called Crush It. And we are trying to raise money for a glass pulverizer at the recycling center. I will hand you a packet with some information for you. Sure.
Myron Rowe is handing those out. Just a point of clarification, when you talk about $2 from the Powell citizens, that's included on the Powell utility bills, correct?
Right.
Okay. So it's just an
on
automatic.
our city bill.
Okay.
Occasionally we get a complaint, but very rarely most people buy into it. In fact, when we did have to shut down during COVID, we heard a lot of complaints.
Okay.
So Crush It is a group of right now 4 volunteers that are working to purchase an Andela Mega Mini glass pulverizer. The goal of purchasing this is in order to allow glass recycling in Powell or in more broadly in Park County. And we specifically chose this product because it does a couple of things. One, it doesn't just crush it and then make rough aggregate, but it produces 2 usable end products. One is a sand, which is what glass is made out of, turns it back into sand. The other product is a gravel size aggregate with rounded edges that can be used for almost any product that you would use gravel for normally. With that, the biggest, I think, added benefit to the county is glass as a waste stream product is large in volume. It's 8 times the size and volume as it is its raw product. By getting that out of the waste stream, we extend the life of the landfill, which is a benefit to all of us that live in Park County. And at the same time, end up producing 2 products that can be used here locally. Almost any application that you would use sand for, you can use this sand. There are places that use it in concrete. There are places that use the aggregate in asphalt. It can be used for water filtration purposes. It can be used just simply for backfill or top cover at a landfill. It can be used for landscaping products. It can be used for sanding streets because it's such a fine sand. Our hope is that we would be able to take the glass locally, recycle it locally, and then use that product locally so we won't have to worry about the cost of shipping. And would be able to make a profit or to at least at minimum cover the operating costs of the electricity and manpower. The total cost of this project with the purchase of the machine, the training for the staff and the installation is approximately $120,000. We're at $95,000 approximately right now raised. And the city of Powell has committed out of that $10,000 out of their general budget. So we're asking the county to match the city of Powell, knowing that almost half of the citizens that use the Powell Valley Recycling Center are from the county. We think that asking for the county to match that would be a nice gesture. So we will also accept more money if you want to show up the city of Powell, if you want to do that. But we're asking that you would match them, bringing us up just over $100,000 towards that total goal of $120,000.
And if I understand you correctly with what you're trying to do and buy the machine to get going, this would be theoretically a one-time request.
It would be. This is a one-time request. It's not an ongoing request.
A good portion of that is not just the machine, but we're going to have to extend our electrical system because it's high voltage to operate this machine. Also, we got to have concrete pads and stuff. You can't just dump this on the ground and mix it because we want a pure product. People want to get it and use it for sand. You know, it's really a nice outfit that way. If they want to use it for aggregate, for mixing, for asphalt or concrete or something like that, well, it's got to be a clean product. So part of the expenses are making the pads and stuff that go along. Our employees will operate it and we'll collect it and everything else. So basically this group is just charged with getting us the money and and not going away and just leaving us high and dry. So we've been that route before, but this is a very dedicated bunch and we're very happy to cooperate with them. Like I say, the biggest request we get is why don't we take glass? And
Right.
this would be an avenue. What we will charge, we want to charge enough to, like most recycling, we want to at least break even. We're not interested in making huge profits, but our philosophy has always been if we can do it a little bit better and break even, we'll recycle, which is what our aim is.
Madam Chair, Myron, the request I have in front of me is $8,847. So technically we're requesting 18,000, right?
Well, their request is separate from ours.
It is.
You know,
Okay,
we'll only go, once they get the money, then we'll get into it. We're not requesting, they're
Okay.
making their request independent of us.
independent from.
Yes, and ours is for the 8,000 for our baler,
Right,
because we gotta have that because we're
understand.
SOL. Yes, if we don't.
Second
that
question, do you have any type of estimate on the tonnage of glass that you hope to produce through the Powell Center?
We don't have a good estimate right now because we don't have good records because there's not good glass recycling in the region. The biggest, our closest comparison that we found is Orcas Island in Washington. It's a population approximately the same size as Powell. And they do about anywhere between 20 and 40 tons of glass a quarter. So they're averaging a quarter. But they're right there at Orcas Island. Glass recycling is mandatory, or all recycling is mandatory because it's an island and shipping, they have to ship everything off island. And so 100% of their glass is going through there. We estimated that it would probably be about half of that realistically, if on a good day.
We're anticipating Cody and Lovell and Burlington, Grable areas, that those people who are adamant recyclers will participate in it too. So it's very hard for us to get a definite estimate on our tonnage now, but I know we'll get a lot of Powell Cody people will be interested in it.
And as far as you know, Cody and the other recyclers don't take glass either.
Oh.
So this would be more of a
Right.
regional glass.
The only one I know close to us that takes glass is Casper.
I see.
And but they drive over it like we used to. They drive over it and crush it and use it for landfill cover. Jackson has a glass recycling program and they've tried a number of different things with it, but initially they got a little carried away and didn't know the right mixes and stuff and put it in their asphalt and stuff and found out that glass heats up the asphalt if it's not mixed properly and it kind of melted some of their streets. But other than that, they're back in it again and they've got the formula figured out and they're using it. And they're the next best glass recycling that we know. In Wyoming, we're the only one that has a volunteer recycling committee, and most of them are connected with the cities or counties where they pay the entire bills. Ours is still a volunteer recycling center.
Thank you. Great idea.
Madam Chair, I was gonna ask you about your marketing fund, we heard kind of in here. And you mentioned part of what my question was about expanding outside of the town area.
Yeah.
So do you have any idea or have any thoughts that once it gets going successful, maybe putting out in the other communities, Petites and Powell, and maybe some of the other areas collection sites?
If it's turning out feasible and there's a market for it, you know, one thing we don't want to take is a whole bunch of stuff we can't get rid of. You know, we got to market this too. And that'll be the next challenge is to market it. And if you can, we can do that, you know, that way too. They could have some dumpsters, some places where people could collect the glass and bring it in if their communities are interested in it.
Sure. I was just thinking, obviously, you're not gonna go out and do that right away. You gotta
Right.
develop that market, get rid of the product before you. can
Right.
start.
Yeah, you know, like they always say, the sky's the limit. Sometimes that's a long ways up, you know, so, you know,
One bottle at a time.
yeah, you have to do that. And so we'll be looking at that. We are expanding one other thing now. We're taking computers and TV sets and stuff. There's a guy in Burlington who's been doing this for a number of years, and he's bringing us over some containers, and we'll be taking those. Of course, there's no money involved in it, but it's a good recycling effort. He does something with the products that he does and everything. He's been in business for a number of years, so we're confident that this won't be another one of those where we collect it and all at once we have to tell the public, oh, we're not going to take it anymore. That's the biggest problem with recycling, is when all at once you can't take a product.
Madam Chair, question, a couple of questions. One about your 45%. Does that include Bighorn County too?
No, well, I don't know. We just ask them if they're rural
Or,
or.
so part of that could be Bighorn County too.
It could be.
You don't get the big huge trailers they used to bring up. from-
No, they quit, we encouraged that for years. In fact, when I first started the recycling in Powell, I used to take a flatbed down and collect their cardboard and their newspaper and stuff in the square boxes of pallets and stuff. And, but like anything volunteer, there wasn't any big money in it, and volunteer and those people that were excited got tired of the daily work, and Level had a place that occasionally it snowed and then it melted and it froze all the pallets in the ground, on the ground in that storage shed they had. And they just finally said, and Grable was the same way. I'd drive all the way to Grable to collect their cardboard and stuff, but.
Oh, we used to have the Basin Mayor.
Yeah, the mayor of Basin used to bring it up in his pickup in a trailer. And when
a
he
legal
passed
trailer.
away, well, he fell in a ditch and burned himself. And he burned weeds and fell in a ditch and burned his body. And
As
passed
far
away.
as-
So
as
that
far-
was their recycling program.
As far as the glass recycling, is there any kind of incentive for, like, I'm guessing bars use a lot of glass bottles, I don't know. But that seems to be a place where you would get a lot of business from. Is there any incentive for them to bring it in, or just the goodness of recycling?
There's some conversation right now with the bars and liquor stores. I think the biggest incentive for them is glass weighs a lot, and they're going through a large volume of it. If they can reduce that stream, they can reduce the amount of dumpsters that they're required to dump every week. So there is some financial incentive there, just because of the volume of glass. But there's some ongoing conversations trying to figure out how to make that work. We had one conversation with a restaurant, and they set aside all their glass at the end of the night because they have to keep it separate out of their regular waste stream, just because it's so heavy. And if they don't keep it separate, they can't haul it out at night. So they're already separating it out, and it wouldn't be that much more just to bring it over.
We can furnish some of the round tubs and stuff because we have a jerry lift on our pickup that we run around, and we do go collect some places that do it and just take it and bring it out and then we'll dump it. One of the things we have to have in order to do this is we have to get an attachment for our Bobcat that fits this specific thing so we can dump this into there without everybody. You hand lifting it wouldn't be feasible. Our average employee right now averages about 64 years of age. And that might be the youngest one. I could even be, most of them are part-time retired people. They enjoy what they do, but you can limit a little bit about what they can physically do. So we're trying to automate this as much as possible.
Just a logistics question, basically for the clerk, but these are kind of two separate requests, but I think with the county situation on funding, if we were to choose to do the 10,000, it would still have to go to Powell Valley Recycling.
Right, it's gonna have to go
Okay.
through us, yeah.
Okay. I just want to be sure we
Yeah,
understand how
yeah.
that works. Okay,
But I just wanted him to do the
Sure.
presentation
I understand.
because what they're doing is separate. from
Okay.
us.
And all the funding right now is already going through Powell Valley Recycling. We're not taking the money and then
Okay.
doing anything with it. It's all,
making sure we're all on the
We
same
have a
page.
separate checking account for it right now in case the project doesn't come to fruition, why nobody will be out any money.
Thank you.
Chair, I clearing that up, I think that would be, my point would be if we are able to donate anything, we'll let you separate that. If-
Right, yeah, it's all separated out.
Well, but I'm just saying, if we come up with 12,000 or whatever, it obviously doesn't do. You decide where the hell it goes. We
Right.
don't. I like the idea. You don't have a huge investment here. I'm looking at how you're funding and stuff and just a small suggestion. Sounds like a PEP project too. How economic partnership. I see they're not on your list. You might kick on that.
That's right. I will add them to the list or let our person know. And we've been at this since or it's been a month and a half now. So it's still pretty new in the way of fundraising. And that list has already been expanded quite a few times as we've been out and talking with.
I like the fact that the end product that has potential for actually revenue source for the recycle center as well. I assume it would be tied together
Right.
and it would be used local.
Yeah.
So
And that was why that machine was specifically chosen, is because it does produce a usable end product that can be used locally
Right.
and generate revenue.
great idea.
Yeah, so one other question is, do we have an application for this 10,000?
No.
So we'll be under,
But, right, but my question would be, would it be appropriate then to leave the one as is and add a second one?
It probably wouldn't hurt to put an attachment on there with the writing, just if you want to.
Yeah, we weren't sure exactly how to approach this.
If you do a second form for us, so we have the explanation in the file and we get the opportunity to review all these, that would be helpful.
That's good. We'll get that to you by the end of the week.
Okay, get it to Molly. That'd be great.
okay.
Do you have the application still, or do you need this? You still have?
No, no, we just come with our annual request is all. For our
Somebody
part.
filled out.
Yeah.
I'll get it, I'll get it.
Thanks. Anything else? Thanks. Good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Our 10:15 agenda item is Meg Nicholson, the PC Senior Center. Special funding request. Got you. Good morning. Come on up to the table, please. Okay, you said our 10:15 is Meg Nicholson, Matisse Senior Center for Special Funding Request. I would just ask that you introduce ourselves, but please use the microphone.
Try, how's that? Whoops, better get my glasses on so I can read what I wrote here. Hi, my name is Meg Nicholson and I'm the Director Bookkeeper for the Matisse Senior Center. Here with me is Board Member Sandy Mueller. And thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. I'm here to request your support for a grant to help fund our senior center, which plays a vital role in the well-being of our elderly community members. As you may know, Matisse Senior Center provides essential services and programs that significantly improve the quality of life of our seniors. Our community is experiencing a growing senior population, and with this increase comes the heightened need to support our services. Currently, we serve over 100 seniors, offering activities such as health and wellness programs, social gatherings, educational workshops, and nutritional support. These are crucial to the combating the social isolation, promoting mental and physical health, and ensuring that our seniors lead fulfilling lives. The demand for our services is outpacing our current funding, which affects our ability to sustain and expand our programs. Excuse me. We need your help to continue providing these vital services to meet the growing needs of our senior community. We are requesting a grant of $25,000 to support and enhance our programs. The funds will be allocated to several key areas. Number one is to help support the additional funds needed for our other grant. And this would come to approximately $1,500. Excuse me, 15,000. And what I came up with before I found this information out, we designated it towards kitchen, office, our front door, and a yearly cleaning and community dinners. These numbers will be adjusted down from our original thoughts to first be able to have our matching fund amounts met. In summary, the Meeteetse Senior Center is a cornerstone of our community, offering indispensable support to our senior citizens. Your support through this grant will enable us to continue and expand our services, directly benefiting the lives of many seniors in Park County. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to provide any additional information or questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Thank you. I don't hear very good, so I was trying to catch all of that.
And
But
I
is
got a
your
little
funding-
nervousness.
Your
in my
funding
voice.
is, the request will be used as a match, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Most of those in the senior centers, if I'm familiar with them enough, there's a YDOT match that comes through as far as the.
We are not with YDOT, so
We was your, what grant would you be?
it's with the OOA, the whatever of aging
Okay,
citizens.
okay,
It's the state one.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Mhm. Any other questions?
Anything else? Okay, I think you're familiar with how this works.
Yes.
We will take it under advisement, and when we get a chance to review our budget, we'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner, if you're on break.
I'm looking at their application staff. Did I miss it where they're using it?
No, they had office space, lower meal cost.
Would they have a bus? Yes.
You're like, take it easy.
You mentioned the contact online, we're just talking about the watch, right? Not
Just
the
once,
Okay.
just once, yes, yeah, it's still, yeah.
They can see that, we didn't have an invite out there. Okay. Thank you.
The hair salon thing and everybody thought it was a big deal. That too.
About 5 minutes early, are you expecting others?
Nope, probably not.
Okay, I guess. But-
First of all, yeah.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, County Engineer and Public Works Department, open sealed bids for construction of the Willwood Road Improvements Project, phase 1.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've got Cody Schatz with me. He's our design engineer with Engineering Associates, who you know well. We received 4 bids in response to our advertisement for bid. One's from Optinol Construction out of Casper. One's from Wilson Brothers out of Cali, Wilson Brothers Construction. Mountain Construction out of Lovell. And Avell Valley Construction out of Athens. And so the others that you had on your list were ones that were on a plan holders list, so you can just kind of cross those off. And we'll start with this Avell Valley Construction. Open the bids.
Yes, sir.
Can you quickly explain alternate A? We know in the base, yeah, I mean, yeah, but what alternate A is?
Madam Chair, Commissioner. Yeah, so what we did on this project, we had Mike Robinson, to help us with the asphalt part of it. And he recommended that we do a bid alternate A with a different type of oil for asphalt. So in our base bid, we have a PG 5828, which is typically what we use around here. But he also wanted us to do a bid alternate A with a PG 6428. And what that stuff does is it helps against rutting on the road. So we're waiting to see. And then Brian and I will talk about, depending on how the bids come in, if it's worth paying that extra for that extra protection against the rutting. So we've got some formulas and some stuff in that. So what will happen is, and how I did it on the contract is we'll either award it based off of the base bid, or we'll award it based off of the base bid with bid alternate A minusing the oil out of the base bid. So there's 2 ways, whichever way that's advantageous for the county to go with that's the reason between them with all pay. So,
Thank you.
you bet.
You explain that. I knew that was coming somewhere. Okay, first bid. Avell Valley Construction out of Aspen. And as everybody knows, this is for the first phase of Willwood, which extends the west end from the state highway dam section in there, and then all the way to the 90s, the hard 90-degree
So
bend.
the average distance, what are we talking here?
Just under 5 miles.
Just under 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Certificate of residency, work experience. Contractors. There's quite a few submittals that we're gonna have to look over, Cody. Okay. Base bid schedule. $7,070,836.00. That's $7,070,836.00. And that's the base bid. The bid alternate is $771,400.00. $771,000 or $771,400.00.
We did start a minute early for you guys. That is Avell Valley Construction out of Athens.
So
Yeah.
log in. Up here. That's stuff more than problem, that's right. Okay. Next, we've got Mountain Construction. Out of Lovell.
Base bid, $5,786,683.94. $5,786,683.94. That 94 cents could be the difference. Okay, the base bid or bid alternate, I'm sorry, bid alternate. $690,555.00. That's $690,555.00. That's a keeper. Yeah. Next one is Wilson Brothers out of Cali. I'll also say while I'm opening, there was a pre-bid meeting that they all had to attend, was required, and all these did. We're at the pre-bid, correct, Cody?
Yes, yeah, that was what was on the list.
Okay.
All the bids that were submitted were at mandatory.
Wilson Brothers base bid $6,054,795.00. That's $6,054,795.00. The bid alternate bid $679,250.00. That's $679,250.00. The last bid's from Off the Dog Construction out of Casper. Base bid, $6,744,095.00. $6,744,095.00. And the bid alternate, 622,000. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong number. Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. $622,250.00. That's $622,250.00. That's that. And what we'll do, Madam Chair, is to go back. This is mainly Cody's do his fancy work and make sure all the bid requirements are have been met. And we'll come back this afternoon.
Okay,
Any questions?
we'll see you at 3.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. A little early because our next thing is a public hearing and must start at 11:05.
I don't want to have. You do. Let's go buy new ones.
11:05. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing. So Park County Planning and Zoning, public hearing for Olcott minor subdivision number 79 sketch.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. And just to note that the complete staff report and packet has been previously provided, and we have the full copy in our office that's available as record. So I will summarize the key findings of fact. Nate Hoffert, agent on behalf of Mighty Rock Properties LLC, submitted a minor subdivision application on January 23rd, 2024. He requests approval of a 4-lot subdivision consisting of one 20.13 acre lot, one 20.23 acre lot, and two 20.21 acre lots, each for ag and residential use. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. It is within a general rural 20-acre GR20 acre zoning district. The lot sizes are consistent with the zoning district. It is located within the east half of the southeast quarter of section 27, township 57 north, range 102 west in Park County. It is located approximately 2.5 miles west southwest of the intersection of the Belfry Highway and County Road 1AB, east of the terminus of Jackrabbit Lane on an unaddressed parcel, and is currently undeveloped, unirrigated land. The topography is gently rolling. Neighboring land uses are ag to the north and northwest, exempt BLM lands to the east and south, and a combination of residential and residential vacant lands to the south and west and southeast. The Dodson simple subdivision borders the west line of proposed lot 3, and Chief Joseph Estates is southeast of the property. It is not located within 1 mile of a municipality. Public notice requirements have been met and relevant agencies were notified as required. They responded as follows. Beartooth Electric Cooperative has the capacity to serve the subdivision and is confirmed power service is adjacent to each proposed lot. Nemont Telephone can provide phone and internet. U.S. Post Office is able to deliver mail to the new addresses. Park County Fire Protection District number 4 stated they can provide fire protection and first response medical service to the proposed subdivision. Powell Clark's Fork Conservation District identified one soil type on the proposed subdivision. It's rated not limited regarding dwellings with or without basements, and not limited regarding septic tank absorption fields. The soil type is not considered to be prime farmland. Wyoming DEQ provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction activities. The Park County Treasurer stated property taxes have been paid in full. Game and Fish stated the proposed subdivision is not located in crucial winter range. However, subdivision within this area will reduce the amount of usable space for deer and other wildlife, thus cumulatively reducing deer numbers over time. They provided standard subdivision wildlife recommendations for consideration. The school district stated they will have bus stops at the intersection of Yellowknife Trail and County Road 1AB. Weed and Pest inspected the property and will be requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. Public Works reported that legal access to the proposed lots is by a combination of access easements from County Road 1AB. There's a private part of the road from, and access has been granted from that private landowner. Yellowknife Trail crossing BLM lands, they have obtained a right-of-way grant from the BLM for 60-foot width of road to construct a new roadway and also existing roadway. County Road 1AB is classified as a secondary collector road and consists of a chip sealed paved surface. The proposed development is not expected to alter the classification of that roadway. The new roadway proposed to serve the development is within that BLM right of way, shall be constructed in accordance with Park County Road and Bridge standards. A section of the road, the existing road, is in poor condition, beginning at the intersection of Yellowknife and Moccasin Trail, extending westward, and is approximately 800 to 1,000 lineal feet, which should be improved with a 6-foot lift of crushed base. Public Works also recommends that the individual lot owners be required to be part of a road maintenance agreement for the entirety of Yellowknife Trail. Addressing will be from Yellowknife Trail. The proposed development is not intended to be or served via Jackrabbit Lane. Park County Public Works does not have concerns with drainage and erosion control at this time. However, in no case shall development result in an increase in stormwater runoff to the county right of way or adjacent properties. BLM also confirmed that they hold a 60-foot wide right of way for the BLM section of the Yellowknife Trail. No written public comments have been received. However, a nearby landowner had voiced concerns about access and road maintenance during the P&Z Commission public hearing on March 13th. But subsequently, her concerns were alleviated based upon later conversations with the developer. An HOA will be required to address maintenance, including snow removal and drainage facilities across a portion of Yellowknife Trail, the new road across BLM lands, and the new road within the proposed subdivision. The developer will be responsible for the construction of new roads. No known landslides, steep slopes, rock falls, or other hazardous features are known to exist on the property. Perk test data was collected on proposed lot 1 and lot 2, and perk rates were determined to be 7 minutes per inch on both lots. Excavation cuts were made on both of those lots on to a depth of 8 feet. No groundwater or impermeable layers were discovered. Conventional septic systems will likely be sufficient. Domestic water is proposed by individual on-site wells. A water sample was analyzed from a well at 79 Jackrabbit Lane, and the results indicate the water quality in the area is adequate. Impacts to neighboring ag operations will be mitigated by required fencing and compliance with a long-term noxious weed management plan. The applicant did not address potential impacts of domestic pets or litter. The subdivision does not have any irrigation water rights and is not within an irrigation district. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. No sidewalks, street lighting, alleys, or open spaces are proposed. It appears that livestock can be legally run at large on lands adjacent to the subdivision. Therefore, the subdivision is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. The property is not within an overlay district. The subdivision has been designed to allow adequate space for development on each lot and adjacent lands. Approval standards and requirements pertaining to sketch plan review have been met, and planning staff recommends approval of the Alacott MS-79 sketch plan with the following conditions that I will read for you. Number 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall improve approximately 800 to 1,000 feet of existing road that begins at the intersection of Yellowknife Trail and Moccasin Trail and extends westward by adding a 6-inch lift of crushed base to be included in a subdivision improvements agreement. Number 3, Public Works recommends that the individual lot owners be required to be part of a road maintenance agreement for the entirety of Yellowknife Trail. Number 4, individual lot owners will establish addresses with the submittal of a request for address form from Public Works. Number 5, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence is prescribed by Wyoming statute 11-28-102. 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners that a perimeter fence is not necessary, or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306A13. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all required improvements such as road construction, fencing, etc., for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Number 7, the applicant shall not proceed with installing subdivision improvements until after the SAA and final plat are approved by the board. Number 8, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an HOA that addresses maintenance of shared facilities to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 9, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 10, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. And number 11, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements is set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
Madam Chair, I wanted to answer a question from Commissioner Teal this morning. He had wondered about the number of properties that are accessed by the Yellowknife Trail. Just a quick review of the map server. It seems to be between 30 to 33 properties that are coming in and gaining access off of Yellowknife Trail. So for the record, just to have that information.
Just one for roads, you had approximately 800 to 1,000 feet. Sort of a difference there. What is, you're just estimating? Yeah. Basically, yes. Correct. It's pretty close. Last part of it. So. Right. Try to get that. Final. We did access survey. Measure them.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Excuse me. Is there any public that would like to speak to this issue? And any public that would like to speak to the Olcott minor subdivision number 79 sketch plans?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I just want to state that on just a discussion, reference to my voting, I am a property boundary connection, but I have actually no financial gain or interest in the proposed subdivision. I just want to let that out that for the public tonight. Okay.
Anything else on the motion to close the public hearing? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. It's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the Olcott sketch plan with the conditions provided by staff. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the request Olcott minor subdivision number 79 sketch plan with conditions as stated. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, condition 3 concerns me due to the fact of the way it's worded on a recommendation. I understand there's some existing road easement issues here with different landowners and different entities that they don't have. And I almost wondering if it could just be reworded to the point that said as long. And the one in question is the part where it crosses the BLM. We can't put a condition on a road that we don't have that a perpetuity easement doesn't exist. And I would just suggest that that condition be reworded to as that, individual, a public work, instead of says recommends that the individual lot owners be required. It says recommends. If we could state in there somewhere, as long as easements exist, they have to be part of the road maintenance agreement. You follow? I mean, if so, if for some reason down the road, the BLM gives up the easement, then everybody's out. But as long as the easement for the existing 30 maybe lot owners are using it, this additional use should be required to help with that maintenance instead of just a recommendation. I'm just trying to find a way around to make them, everybody accountable.
So. The way we usually handle that, there is a portion of the road that's right off. But I think rather than say recommend, I agree, to say something to the effect of, this maybe about the it's kind of a deal whether or not to do it. I suspect it would. But can't force out of it's deciding to say an agreement, but I think require them to participate proportionally. If such an agreement is doable. I don't know how to word it like that.
Yeah.
That's what we do. So.
Well, and I guess if I get what you're saying, right now, there is no, we're not aware of any road agreement for all of the other people, the 30 some that use that section right now. Is that correct?
There, Madam Chair, if I could, I'm not currently, I don't know if there currently is, but I do know this subdivision that is now pushing 35 plus years old. Originally, they had one of the few subdivisions that had a road maintenance agreement, one of the best they out there in the Clark area, to the point where if you didn't contribute, they put a lien on your property. What is currently in place, I do not know, but I just know that they are very important. And I just think that the protection of the existing people that have been putting maintenance into this road should be protected of, other than just a recommendation. I'm not saying that they're not willing or wouldn't, but I just think that there should be a requirement that if you're gonna use the first mile of this road, that it should be, they should have to contribute to whatever extent the existing landowners want.
I wonder if this wording can stay, since it's quote unquote right now, just a recommendation. As we work toward final plat, we would be doing a little more, maybe a little more research on what is currently there and what the wording would need to be to have them join. Is that?
And I think I have a little more information. It's. So there was an HOA that has been dissolved for Chief Joseph, but now there is a road maintenance or road users association, but it's kind of divided. I'm not sure who's part of it and who's not. So there is something there. And then I do know that Mr. Hofford has been working with the existing owners there. So I think they're actually close to having an agreement in place, is my understanding, but it's a work in progress.
I recommend stating as is for now.
No. What we need to
Yeah,
do.
yeah, because right now it's just recommendation. It's not.
And maybe there will be something in place by then, hopefully.
Yes.
That's all.
We can.
Yeah.
Okay. And
One other, we mentioned it, not so much, nothing against this one. But number 7, we've often said, it's at a person right now on their land, they can go do whatever they want. And if they want to improve on the road or the land or whatever prior to and it not end up being approved, then they're out. And I'm just, do we want to look at that at this time and watch those? We had an issue come up early that somebody wanted to start the work. They can't sell any lots, they can't do whatever, but if they want to take a gamble and start putting the infrastructure, the wells, whatever it might be, that's on them. And I'm just questioning number 7, because that's what we discussed prior.
Madam Chair, I can explain. So our subdivision rules state that you shall not construct or lay out a subdivision prior to a permit being issued, which means a plat being approved. Further, at some point in time during the process, the applicant did state that they were going to start putting power in, things like that. And we just wanted to make sure that that doesn't happen. If for some reason the road would have to be realigned, it could change lot boundaries. You know, it really does put them at risk. Again, I understand your perspective, just explaining the regulation and why it's in place. At this time, it's still regulatory.
So we get our regs updated. I know, but that's the process that we're in. If that has that right now. The other one was.
Your regs say shall not. Understand you would be 100% at risk if you chose to go and put any utilities or wells or anything, and it's not happened. I'm just, sometimes the process takes forever. I know this has come up prior to, but I've never understood why, if as long as you're willing to gamble, should be allowed to do it. You can go in there and drill 6 wells right now without a subdivision.
We'll give this another minute or two, otherwise we'll have to continue.
It is in the rule, Madam Chair, and I can find it.
Okay.
Once again, it's here.
So, Madam Chair, under Chapter 3, Section 1C, subdivision permit required, no person shall subdivide land or commence the physical layout or construction of a subdivision without first obtaining a subdivision permit from the board. So shall.
Okay, we have a motion in front of the board to approve the sketch plan request with the conditions listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So the sketch plan is approved. Okay. Thank you, staff. Thank you. Yeah, they're.
See you guys.
Resolution 2024-25, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for Elite Investing Variance Request. Jenny Kramer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Come on up. That's okay.
Have a seat. And this staff report packet has also been provided and the full copy is in our records. Should anyone want to see those. All right, and I will summarize the staff findings. Tyrone McGowan is the applicant on behalf of Elite Investing LLC, and he submitted a variance request application on April 23rd, including payment and application letter addressing the reasons for the variance request and an explanation of how the conditions for approval of the variance have been met. The applicant is seeking a variance to allow construction of a 60 by 100-foot multi-office shop building that will house up to 3 separate businesses, in addition to operation of another existing use on the property. Our county regulations prohibit 3 or more principal uses on any lot or parcel, but the regulations provide a provision for variances where strict application of the regulations would deprive the owner of the reasonable use of their land, building, or structure. A public hearing is required for the granting of the variance. Notice requirements have been met. Ownership has been affirmed. The property is described as Lot 4 in the Powell Industrial Park, being a part of Lot 61D in Township 55 North, Range 99 West. The use is located in an industrial zoning district. A variety of commercial and industrial uses are allowed in the zoning district with an appropriate permit. The property is located adjacent to the city of Powell municipal boundary at the northeast corner of the intersection of Road 8 and Adams Drive with an address of 917 Road 8. Surrounding land uses are primarily commercial and industrial with some residential vacant, and ag lands nearby. Along with this property, the lots immediately to the north, east, and south are within the Powell Industrial Park subdivision, and it was platted in 1980. There's an existing shop and currently unpermitted business on the parcel. The property is relatively flat, and the city of Powell Water and Sewers currently serve the property. The applicant plans to build a 3-unit 100 by 60 shop. Each unit will be leased to individual businesses and will be comprised of a shop bay, office space, and a bathroom. If the variance is granted and the applicant builds the proposed shop, each business proprietor will be required to obtain a use permit from the Planning and Zoning Department prior to commencement of each use. Covenants may be enforced on this property. The parcel is not located within an overlay district. Since the property is adjacent to the city of Powell, municipal review is required. Agency referral requirements have been met and responded as follows. The Wyoming DEQ provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction activities. Game and Fish has no concerns. The Park County Treasurer initially stated that the first half of property taxes are paid. I also reached out this morning for an official written response, and the second half has been paid now as well, was paid timely. The Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector will require full plan review due to the structure size and multi-use occupancy. Park County Fire Protection District 1 has no issues with the project. The city of Powell has no issues with the project proposal. However, they will require a service agreement, which includes annexation upon request by the city. Park County Public Works, Weed and Pest, Shoshone Irrigation District have not provided comment, although they were reached out to. No public comments have been received. The applicant has addressed each condition of the variance approval standards, and staff also addressed each condition, finding that not all of the conditions are met. So therefore, we recommend denial of the variance request because not all of the conditions, the strict conditions, have been met as required. However, should the variance be approved, we would recommend the following conditions that I'd like to read to you. Number 1, approval of this variance shall expire 1 year from the date of board approval, signified by recording of the resolution and approval unless the applicant obtains required permits from the Planning and Zoning Department and commences construction or development prior to the expiration date and pursues completion diligently. Number 2, prior to obtaining the permit for the proposed shop and use, the property owner shall obtain a permit for the existing unpermitted use on the property from the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to commencing construction of the shop building, the applicant shall provide proof that they have entered into a services agreement with the city of Powell to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 4, prior to commencement of each newly proposed use within the shop building on the property, each lessee proprietor shall obtain all required permits from the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 5, the applicant shall ensure adequate setback distances from roads to support future expansion of city services to include sidewalk, curb, and gutter. And the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Also, I would just like to mention that that Mr. McGowan reached out to us. He was unaware of the requirement for the other business that's been existing in there for some time. He wasn't aware of the permitting requirement, and he's notified his tenant, and they were actually engaged yesterday. So they're gonna work with us, and we did get enough information to determine that it would be likely a minor commercial use, business use, and that in industrial will just simply require a use, a zoning use permit. So that's all I have to report. If you have any questions.
Any questions for staff at this time? Okay. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if anyone had any public have any information or input they would like to have on the investing variance request. Yes, ma'am. And if you would please come up and state your name for the record. I'm sorry, we do have to use the microphone just because of the recording equipment. I know. I don't see. Okay, we won't let you do that.
Okay. My name is Candy Eastman and I currently own JP Self Storage that is behind the place. And I also have the property behind Yellowstone Electric that we have camper storage currently. I guess my questions are, when I got it, I just didn't know what kind of business he was putting in there. So that's a question I would want to know, which he already kind of answered for me out there. However, I don't want to make enemies. But I'm leery on this, if the space will utilize 3 businesses. We do currently have a person in that area that has rules on his property that are not currently upheld. Supposed to only maintain 100 vehicles on the property at this time, and then he always has way more. He's supposed to maintain his fences, and one of his is currently falling onto my property. So I don't know who leases that.
You could report that to the county planning and zoning.
Okay, because I have the paper. And then also, so I guess I was unaware, so it's gonna be annexed with the city. It's not gonna be county anymore.
What was said in the report was that the city is saying you will annex if we request you to. But I did not hear that we were planning to annex it right away.
Okay, so if that does happen, what's that gonna do to us? Are they gonna force us to? Is that gonna affect us?
I'm not sure how the annexation laws work at this time. My understanding is most of the cities have come to request annexation, but I'm not sure they can require, depending on service.
Okay, so I guess that's pretty much it. I just want to make sure that we don't overpopulate the area. Because the road needs to get maintained still as well. I know that their entrance is off of Road 8, but they also do have an entrance off of Adams Drive. Yeah, so those are my main concerns. And if we can't control the other surrounding tenants, I guess we'd say, how are we going to control 2, 3 more businesses?
Thank you.
Do you have any questions from me?
Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this variance request? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move to close public comment, public hearing.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes, public hearing is closed. It's a pleasure of the board.
And Chair, just a question for the applicant. Do you have an idea on the businesses that are coming in?
Sorry, as I mentioned to the lady earlier, as we ran into each other outside. So I'm not here to make enemies or anything like that. And I discussed with her, I'm happy to work with her on who and what goes in there, because she is so close to obviously the property. But initially my thoughts were electrician, plumber, other things like that, because the current building that's on the site right now is an HVAC business. So I just kind of wanted to facilitate similar businesses that can service the Park County area.
And what is your hesitancy on just annexing to the city now, since you have city services with water and sewer?
Honestly, I haven't gotten to that point at this point. This is the first time I've ever done this.
Okay.
So as far as if that's required, I'm happy to do that right away. There's no hesitancy of not doing it. I've just never done this before, and if that's required, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Other
For our discussion, Madam Chair, I know it's recommended denial by P and Z, but this is one of those rules that I absolutely have never agreed with. The number of uses on private property. I mean, he is only upping it from you're allowed to three.
Or
If
if the existing one stays, that would be four
up to three separate businesses
in the new building.
in the new building. Okay, well, I don't care how diversified he wants to be. I don't agree with this rule, and I really hope that it is changed. So, and with that, I move to approve the lead investing variance request. Thank you.
I'll second that
With conditions.
With
with
conditions.
conditions from staff.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance request for lead investing with conditions included. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome. Thank you.
Madam Chair, resolution 2024-26.
And I would suggest maybe talking with the city of Powell about annexing in. They do have certain requirements, including their curb and sidewalk and such, but I think it would pay off for you to be a part of the city of Powell. So
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
And for you, we do have a process that we work through on things that are permitted under the county and what their conditions were. So if we're reporting conditions that aren't the way they're supposed to be to the planning and zoning office, they will check it out.
And I think in that case, like the cars is something we could do something about, but if it's violations of the covenants, that's not something that
Depends
we,
on what it is.
yeah.
Yeah. offenses have-
Approval. Okay, thank you. Got a couple minutes till the next thing on our agenda, which is a public hearing for a half star minor subdivision of our. Not be kicking people in.
It's just stuff.
It's just Scott. Oh, I see.
You see this computer was getting like this. He was grabbing my foot.
Oh, I see. Right.
I didn't see that. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just unplugged these.
that's all right. I don't need it.
yeah.
Yeah, think about it.
Maybe north of this.
Oh, they're just raising hell.
You got it in the same place.
No, the pole just still got there. People need that. Come out.
That's the one you're talking about. That's the one that, oh.
That's the stuff, yeah, you got turned out on. The back of the pasture. The other day.
Yeah, the filling looks just like it. On the ship.
We're making the team.
That was the same.
Well, I mean,
They both have four high socks and they have a white stripe up the back hip.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah, they're different.
they should.
That's a. That would be.
Yes. Yes, everything's identical.
I think a pretty snappy looking team. We got started with you.
I sold it to, for the back in Montana. Actually gotta take a couple of years. Very best of both worlds. I get to use them out after all.
That's the way to go.
Yep.
So, we don't-
What's that? Oh. Years. Figured out. It doesn't, I just need reminders of once in my life, but cowboy.
Yeah.
Pretty stupid.
I'm chasing goats around Powell quite a bit. It sounds like goats and llamas.
Running around.
Telling under fences.
Oh. We have.
It's 11:45. So we have a public hearing. Jim Kramer, Park County Planning and Zoning, Half Star Minor Subdivision number 82, step plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report and packet has been previously provided to all of you and is on file in our office. I'll summarize the staff findings. Triple KB Ranch LLC is the applicant on behalf of Cody Easom, the landowner, and they submitted a minor subdivision application, including payment, a sketch plan, and other supporting documentation. They request approval of a subdivision resulting in 15.06 acre lot on and an approximately 77.27 acre exempt remainder parcel. Ownership has been affirmed. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision, and the parcel is a 92.33 acre tract within lot 75V and 75W, lot 75EE and 75P and 74Q, and tracks 1, 3, and 9 of section 32 and township 55 North, range 98 West. It is within a GRP zoning district, and the lot size is consistent with that zoning district. It is located approximately 3.5 miles southeast of Powell, south of lane 11.5 and west of road 5. The property is currently vacant, irrigated cropland, and is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential, and several simple subdivisions are located nearby. The property is not located within 1 mile of a municipality. Public notice requirements have been met. Agency referral requirements have been met, and they responded as follows. Park County Fire District number 1 can provide fire suppression. Park County School District number 1 will have drop off and pickup at all exit points onto lane 11.5. TCT stated they may have the ability to provide terrestrial wireless internet and VoIP phone service to this location. Willwood Irrigation District provided initial comments regarding irrigation on the property and a 50-foot from center line or more if needed, required drain easement. MDU has natural gas service available. DEQ summarized their notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities. The Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Weed and Pest reported their findings, and a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. Willwood Light and Power confirmed they have approved a 200 amp power service for the proposed lot. The Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District identified 2 soil types that are rated not limited regarding dwellings and small commercial buildings, and are rated somewhat limited to very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields. Limitations are due to filtering capacity and slow water movement. Both soil types are considered not prime farmland. Public Works stated the following: legal access exists by direct frontage to lane 11.5. It is classified as a local access road and consists of a crushed gravel surface. The development is anticipated to increase traffic, but is not anticipated to alter the classification of the roadway. Lot 1 has an existing access point, which is considered a grandfathered access point. A right-of-way permit will be required to construct any new access points or any improvements to the access point. Addressing will be from County Lane 11.5. Individual lot owners will be able to establish an address once they've submitted a request for address form and obtained a building permit from our planning and zoning department. A drainage and erosion control plan is not required at this time. However, in no case shall development result in an increase in stormwater runoff. Post office has confirmed a mailbox can be placed near the access point of the proposed lot on lane 11.5. No public comments have been received. A title report was provided. No new roads are proposed. A subsurface evaluation was performed on the lot. Perk rates range between 15 and 24 MPI. No groundwater or impervious layers were discovered in an excavation cut dug to a depth of 8'2". Conventional septic systems appear to be feasible. Domestic water is proposed by an on-site well. However, test results from a water well within a half mile of the proposed subdivision have not been provided by the applicant. If they are not provided, it must be stated on the final plat that cisterns may be required. Water quality is unknown. This parcel is located in an ag overlay district. Ag impacts have been addressed, although the applicant did not address pests, litter, or domestic pets. No stream or river passes within or adjacent to the lot. An approved water distribution plan is required from Willwood Irrigation District. Power is not yet adjacent to the lot, therefore a subdivision improvements agreement will be required. Common maintenance of facilities is not proposed. No sidewalks, street lighting, alleys, or open spaces are proposed. An HOA will not be required. It appears that livestock can legally run at large on lands adjacent to the proposed subdivision. The subdivision is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. Planning staff recommends approval of the Half-Star MS-82 sketch plan with the following conditions that I will read for you. Number one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number three, the applicant shall provide water test results from a well within half mile of the proposed subdivision or place the following note on the final plat. No water analysis was conducted and the availability and quality of potable water is unknown. Cisterns may be required. Number four, prior to the final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan from the Willwood Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department for recording with the final plat. Number five, the applicant shall provide evidence of one, an existing legal perimeter fence is prescribed by Wyoming statute 11-28-102. Two, written consent from all adjacent landowners of perimeter fence is not necessary. Or three, plans to construct a perimeter fence is required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306 A13. Number six, at the time of final plat application submission, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Number seven, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on the subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number eight, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. And number nine, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306. Have any questions?
Questions for staff at this time? Okay, with that, this is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's any public that had comments to make on this application for Half-Star Minor Subdivision Sketch Plan. You use the mic and identify yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Nicholas Hummel with Engineering Associates here on behalf of the applicant, client, and landowner. Everything looks good within the packet. The only thing I wanted to mention was that there is existing power within the property along the east side there, so it is adjacent. And same with
natural gas falls along the south side of lane 11.5. So we are anticipating an SIA for the fencing requirement. But other than that, I think that's about it.
Any other public comments?
Second.
Then moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any comments? Motion. None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Pleasure of the board or question?
Question for staff. Madam Chair, Jenny. On number 8. Am I looking, this is just a pretty, almost a simple subdivision, but I understand why it is a minor because it's already been split once. But they already have access, right, their own access. Is there a need for number 8, subdivision improvement agreement? And why, I guess?
Okay, I think, as Nick mentioned, the only improvement that will be required is fencing at this
Are
point.
they fencing just this lot?
Yes,
So who's? Oh, they have to agreement with the adjacent landowners.
yeah, yes, if they aren't able to obtain
Right. Okay.
consent from all the,
And-
yeah.
So do, but that's all. A law, that's a statute, so the agreement really doesn't.
The subdivision
I
improvement,
mean,
yeah,
it's not gonna hurt anything, I just,
yeah,
the neighbor
Yeah.
has to put up half the maintenance after road, after the fence is built.
once it's built,
Would be
yes,
Part of the statute, but we're putting it as a condition as well.
exactly. Since it's a required condition,
And then, second question, number
Required.
4. Do you think, what is the meaning to hold up, I mean, in the chance that US Post Office doesn't respond?
oh, I think we're looking at a different,
I was gonna say, we're looking at.
Yep.
We're looking at 2 different things. You're looking at different conditions. I think you're looking at the one from the other side.
Because 8 on the other was the Common Ranch Act.
yes, yep. Sorry,
You
so
were
yeah,
not On the. On your iPad.
no, that's okay. I bet it's the next,
He's on half
Go to
star.
page
Is he?
21.
He's on half star, but he was,
I don't know, we are on that.
yeah, we're on half star.
oh, that might have been P and Z.
You're on P and Z.
I bet it's
You're
the
not
P
on-
and Z
That's
conditions.
what, you're not on the,
Going down far enough.
you're on,
Yep.
So can you just reverse all that?
Mhm.
Everybody has to have their 10 cents in here, so is that
Yeah.
a condition?
Which,
The number 4 that PNC. Commission put on. All right, I'm good.
Move to approve, Madam Chair,
Second,
with conditions as presented by staff.
that's staff's conditions. Second,
okay. I have a motion to approve
P and Z.
the request as presented with conditions. Wait a second.
Jenny's.
Any further-
Down through there, it's hard to keep up.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, yes,
Resolution 2024.
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
You do zoom through.
I know.
With that,
But
we will,
Hi.
we'll be back at
Enunciate.
1:15 with another public hearing. on the
Another
sketch
public-
plan.
All right.
A little bit of growth going on.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, 1:15, right? Good done.
Thank you.
scroll down.
That's a much penalty somewhere.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
About that. Is everybody ready?
That's a big question.
Okay, it is 1:15. I guess we will reconvene, and Jenny Kramer with Park County Planning and Zoning. We have a public hearing for Lorenz minor subdivision 81 sketch plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report and packet has been previously provided to all of you and is in our record in our office, planning and zoning. I will just summarize the key findings for you. Rusty Blau of Morrison Merrily, on behalf of Randy Lorenz, submitted a minor subdivision application on February 2nd, 2024. The applicants request approval of a 4-lot subdivision consisting of 3 2.27 acre lots and 1 3.1 acre lot, each for residential use. It's classified as a minor subdivision and is within a GRP zoning district. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. The parcel is part of Farm Unit K and is the south half of the south half of Lot 50S. Section 2, Township 54 North, Range 100 West. It is located southwest of the city of Powell on the south side of County Lane 14 with an address of 1474 Lane 14 Powell. Proposed Lot 4 is developed with a residence, accessory structures, a septic system, and a domestic water well. Proposed Lots 1, 2, and 3 are vacant dry land. The property topography is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are residential and agricultural, with some residential vacant lands nearby. There are subdivisions to the west, northwest, north, and northeast. The property is not located within 1 mile of a municipality. Public notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. Garland Light and Power can serve the proposed subdivision by installation of 1,000 feet of single-phase primary power line in the south right-of-way along Lane 14. TCT stated they have terrestrial wireless available in this area and may be able to provide internet and VoIP phone service to this location, depending on line of sight, to one of their towers. Powell Clarksport Conservation District identified 3 soil types. They are rated not limited regarding dwellings and small commercial buildings, and primarily very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields due to slow water movement and filtering capacity. The soils are not considered prime farmland. School District number 1 stated they will have bus stops at all exit points onto County Line 14. The fire district can provide fire suppression to the proposed subdivision and request all access points are constructed to accommodate their equipment. Weed and pest found noxious weed species in their initial inspection, and a long-term noxious weed management plan is required. The applicant has already submitted an approved plan. USPS will be able to add the new addresses to an existing route and request the mailboxes for the new addresses be put near the existing box at the address of 1474 Lane 14. DEQ provided their standard information. Park County Treasurer has confirmed as of today that that property taxes have been paid in full for this year, for 2023. Game and Fish stated they have no terrestrial wildlife comments for the subdivision. but offer their standard recommendations to help mitigate wildlife issues. Black Hills Energy likely have the capacity to serve the subdivision by an existing gas main on the north side of lane 14. However, they will not bring service across the road to the lots until a structure is erected and service is requested. Willwood Irrigation District confirmed no irrigation water rights exist on the property, and Joslyn Lane, which runs south to north along the eastern boundary of Lot 4, requires a 50-foot easement from the center of the drain with the option of exceeding that width if necessary. Park County Public Works confirmed legal access exists by direct frontage from lane 14. It's considered a secondary collector road and consists of a paved surface. The proposed development is anticipated to increase traffic, but is not anticipated to alter the classification of the roadway. Lot 4 has an existing access point, which is considered grandfathered. Lots 1 to 3 have sufficient frontage to support individual access points. A right-of-way permit to construct an access to the county road system will be required for the construction of new accesses or improvement of existing accesses. Addressing as it relates to the development will be from lane 14, and individual lot owners will be able to establish an address once they submit a request for address form. And a building permit is issued by our planning and zoning department. They do not have any concerns with drainage and erosion control at this time, and in no case shall development result in an increase in stormwater runoff to the county right-of-way or adjacent properties. We have received some public comments during the planning and zoning sketch plan public hearing on April 10th. 2 landowners from separate adjacent properties expressed concern over water quantity. Several subdivisions have been created adjacent to them in recent years, and several wells have been drilled. One of their own wells has stopped producing, and they are concerned that there may not be enough water aquifer capacity to serve the existing wells, let alone 3 more in close proximity as proposed by the subdivision. Another adjacent landowner stated a perimeter fence should be required to prevent animals from coming onto his land and vice versa, as the law provides. And another adjacent landowner stated his well experienced a water outage at the end of March and has since installed a new submersible pump and verified his 60-foot well has a capacity limited to 5 gallons per minute. He also stated another adjacent neighbor filed a well interference claim against a well drilled recently adjacent and north of this neighboring subdivision. Interference claims are extremely costly to the state of Wyoming, and he has asked the commissioners to seriously consider language cited from Wyoming statute 18.5-306 regarding minimum standards for subdivisions when wells are proposed. A title report has been received. No new roads or driveways are proposed. No hazardous features are known to exist on the property. A perk test was completed on proposed lot 1 and lot 3. The rates were 12 MPI on lot 1 and 9 MPI on lot 3. Exploration cuts were made to a depth of approximately 10 foot each on lot 1 and lot 3, and groundwater was not discovered in either excavation. Based on the subsurface evaluation, conventional wastewater systems will likely be sufficient should the subdivision be approved. Domestic water is proposed by on-site wells. A water quality test reported satisfactory results of the elements and compounds that were analyzed as required to establish ambient groundwater quality. Due to concerns that area water quantity is lacking, the applicant should submit plans for the mitigation of water rights conflicts resulting from the use of water within the proposed subdivision. Ag impacts to the subdivision have been addressed, as well as impacts of surrounding ag activities on the subdivision, with the exception of addressing control of pests or litter and the confinement of domestic pets. The proposed subdivision is within the Willwood Irrigation District. However, no irrigation water rights are known to exist on the property, therefore a distribution plan will not be required. However, the Joslyn drain easement as required by Willwood Irrigation District will be placed on the final plat. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Since electric service is not yet adjacent to each lot, a subdivision improvements agreement will be required. Common maintenance of facilities is not proposed. No sidewalks, street lighting, alleys, or open spaces are proposed. Therefore, an HOA will not be required unless other common facilities are proposed. It appears that livestock can be legally run at large on lands adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Therefore, it is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. The subdivision is within an ag overlay district. A note regarding the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 will be placed on the final plat. And the proposed subdivision will not result in a significant reduction in land available for ag use. Planning staff recommends approval of Lorenz MS-81 sketch plan with the following conditions. I'll read those to you. Number one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number two, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide plans for the mitigation of water right conflicts resulting from the use of water within the proposed subdivision to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number three, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of one, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming statute 11-28-102. Two, written consent from all adjacent landowners or perimeter fence is not necessary. Or three, plans to construct a perimeter fence is required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306, A13. Number four, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all required improvements such as utilities for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number six, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the plat. And number seven, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time for staff?
Madam Chair, just one, the condition two, dealing with providing plans for the mitigation of water rights conflicts. Now, what kind of plan is that?
I think that really can be whatever you determine is appropriate.
Madam Chair, similar to a major subdivision that came through recently, the board had required multiple wells to be drilled to do a drawdown test. That's one example. You can have a geohydrology study done to see what the groundwater conditions are to determine if there is adequate quantity of water. Of course, that would need to be paid for by the applicant. And then we had done during the other one, we then had hired someone to review those results because we don't have in-house expertise to, like, a second opinion, basically an independent to come in and give you a third eye.
So it would be up to the applicant to do this whole process.
Well, it would be up to you to define it. It would be up to them then to execute that.
Madam Chairman, we're talking about water rights. What right are you talking about?
Okay, so I believe in this case, we're talking about domestic water.
But is that a right?
It is. So you, under state law, so any groundwater that you obtain a permit for, you are being given a right to that water.
Any other questions at this time? With that, I would ask if there is any public that would like to speak to this proposal, like about Lorenz minor subdivision number 81 sketch plan. If you do want to speak, we need you to come up to the microphone because it is being recorded and we need to be able to hear that. So, okay, thank you. And if you'd identify yourself, please.
My name is George Nielsen. My wife's and my property bordering the entire southern boundary of the proposed subdivision. We we're concerned about the water rights. And, I think that, you know, quite frankly, I acknowledge the board's position in regards to approval. But I personally feel that Randy and myself, as far as our condition is concerned, could work something out. And then perhaps bring that back to the board for their approval, which I think would be good. The following information has come to our attention since the April 10th meeting, planning board meeting. We experienced a complete water outage on the 18th of April of this year. Water was being withdrawn from the well and was metered at a rate of less than 3 gallons per minute. This was being monitored and conducted by Bighorn Water Services here in Bodie. Willwood Irrigation District turned the water into the canal just 3 days before. So it was not likely that we were receiving any infusion from the canal at that point. Christensen drilling came out 3 weeks later and installed a new pump and on something called the pump check, which will be touched when the well, if the well goes dry, so it doesn't burn itself up. At any rate, I conducted a number of additional tests when we saw that this less than 3 gallons per minute. I mean, that's kind of frightening to me. At any rate, it appeared that yes, our well may not even support a withdrawal rate of 3 gallons a minute during the latter part of March and the first part of April. You have to understand we're close enough to the canal that infusion from the canal or conditions with respect to the canal can and likely may be significant issues. At any rate, moving right along, Christensen drilling came out, as I said, 3 weeks later, verified that at that time we had they actually did a meter test, said we were at 5 gallons a minute. There again, you know, there's 3 weeks later, and infusion from the canal was likely occurring. So, if an agreement for water right conflicts is not reached with the applicant, then we feel that as a landowner with senior water rights, as opposed to the 3, that we are in a position and have no choice to file a water right conflict with the state of Wyoming. I don't think that's politically and economically a good idea. I think we can and should try to work these things out at the local level. I think we can do that. At any rate, there again, Randy and I think we need to get together and go over this to decide what would probably work. Christensen drilling is suggested we put in a cistern so that we have some reserve there. Not only that, it could be something when we're sleeping. That's great. But anyway, interestingly, the state's geographical survey, the groundwater atlas, has 3 undocumented wells in the area. Hate to say this, but one of them is actually around the range well. But I don't trust that atlas, right? I don't think that's very up to date. And anyway, I think a bigger concern that we should, as a collective group of people here, should have a bigger concern has to do with drainage. In July of 2021, Carol Johnson and I, my neighbor to the west, met with the Willwood Irrigation District to consider the fact that we were experiencing increasing amounts of groundwater on the surface of our property, 2 to 3 inches. At any rate, the Simmons property on the northern boundary of this also, he put in his place in about 2016, 2017. He wasn't able to keep his crawl space from flooding without something from pumping out. So, with well-documented issues of groundwater levels rising in the canal during the irrigation season, it seems to us that the perk test conducted in the merry month of March really doesn't have a lot of relevance. We recommend the board require the development petitioner conduct percolation tests on the 3 proposed additional vacant lots during the months of July through September. Now, Shannon's on the north, that's on the line, on the south, for the experienced, I apologize, I'm a not so retired engineer. Coming from the western slopes of the state of Wyoming, excuse me, Washington, for 30 years. You had a lot of properties over there, you couldn't get them to perk for nothing. I mean, the water would just stay up on the surface, that is not gonna be a good situation, so, you know, these two things, I think that doing independent perk test a little later in the year when the canal is up and running. And us getting together and working out, okay, what can we do to have him, with the proceeds from the development of this subdivision, help us to perhaps put in a, gotta get this right, it's a system, not a septic, and gotta be sure which one we're doing. System.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Sister.
that's all I have to say. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this proposal? Yes, if you'd come to the table, please, and identify yourself. And please use the microphone.
Hi, I'm Carol Johnston. George is the brains.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Carol Johnston. I was born and raised in Powell. My grandparents homesteaded near Garland. I remember growing up and, my dad always irrigating, but that was when they had shovels and dirt irrigation district for dirt irrigation ditches. My dad and granddad, were farmers. They established a bean mill in Powell, so there was always farmers going back and forth, and water was essential to all of these farmers. And so when I grew up, farming and oil was what I knew. I was raised in town in Powell, but then the older I got, I wanted to be out in the country. So our first home, my ex-husband and I built was the north of the Shoshone River, and we got everybody's wastewater. Well, with all the pivot irrigation, my daughter lives there now, and no, they're not getting near that water. Well, then I moved 18 years ago. I moved to 1490 Lane 14. And it was like, there were very few people out there. It was like, you just felt safe because nobody was out there. Well, then 16 years ago, or not 16 years, but 4 years ago, a subdivision was developed to the north of me. There was already one existing house, but they added 2 more. And then there was also a neighbor that built before them coming out. Well, now 2 years ago, I never had any trouble for 16 years, but then 2 years ago, my well went totally dry. It just totally no water. And it was at the exact same time that the subdivision to the north of me went in. Well, I don't know if you guys know how inconvenient it is to not have any water. To have water hauled in, to have to flush your toilet with water all the time, to bathe in the camper, life is just not quite the same, especially when you have to get up and go to work. Well, oddly enough, my well went dry again this year. I paid $10,000 the first time around to get a whole new well put in, pump everything. They had to relocate the well. We had to go through all this paperwork to get papers back from the state of Wyoming to make sure everything was legal. We had to line up a driller, which was next to impossible because they were so busy drilling other wells and all the new subdivisions coming up. So for 2 months, we did not have any water. And, that lived through it. It was like a good lesson. I love camping. And so you just pretended like you were camping. Anyway, it went dry again in March. It's like, what the hell? I cannot pay for this again to have my well. I am a retired para from the school district. So I'm on Wyoming retirement and I'm on Social Security. I'm not a rich person and I don't ever expect to be. So where am I going to come up with more money when my well keeps going dry? That's all I'm asking. Didn't have any people come to my house when this subdivision, the notices, nobody came and asked me about water. no one came and asked, is there any water problems around here? Because I would have let them know. So what is gonna happen if this subdivision goes in and my well goes dry again? Do I have to pay for it? Do I have to put the cistern in? My original well in my house was drilled in 1982. So I am probably one of the first, I mean, not the homesteaders out there, but my well was put in quite a long time ago. So I have what's considered senior water rights. I don't know if anybody can uphold any of that anymore, if it's even important. But, and I don't care about all these subdivisions going in. That's great, especially out where we live with the sagebrush. They're not taking over the farming land. But, there has to be some way that you commissioners can be checking for the water. I mean, just ask people, are you having any issues before you start allowing these subdivisions to go in? We were put on this earth to be stewards of the land, and that's what God wants us to do. So I think we need to continue to do that. So all I'm asking is some way we need to have, some sort of a policy that says I am not liable again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Can identify yourself, please, and the mics.
Right. Rusty Blau with Morrison Merrily representing client Randy Lorenz. So I had made a map with the adjacent wells, and then I put the next door neighbor depth of the wells and pull the permits for a few of them as well. It appears that the aquifer, there's well depths anywhere from 20 feet. Randy's well is that approximate depth to 40 to 60 feet, and then north across the highways 100 and 150 feet. And I believe the aquifer runs from under the canal to Color Peaks to the river, typically the way the underground aquifer run up to the river. So I don't believe that the new well that was done for the adjacent subdivision 2 or 3 years ago impacted Randy's neighbor's well because it's so dry. The distance it is and the depth it is, its producing depth is, I think it was 80 to 90 feet or something. So it was quite a ways below. And there's adjacent wells next to those lots that are older and did not go dry. So wells can go dry for a variety of reasons. I don't believe that the impact of 3 more wells in these lots will cause the aquifer to drain. So we can provide more information needed. I feel like going beyond that, doing test wells and things like been done for more major subdivisions with many lots that would have much greater impact. See the point there, but they would put quite a bit of financial burden on our client trying to do sole subdivision.
I do have a question on that, I guess.
Okay.
I guess it's hard to tell. When a lot sold, if we were to request test wells on the 3 lots, there's no guarantee, I guess, that those would be drilled in the same place that the homeowner would want to drill. So it's not something that they could necessarily use in the future, or can you put them in a place that makes it viable for the future homeowner? So there's less cost, therefore you can kind of put more cost on the lot to buy it if the well already exists.
An existing well to use.
Right.
It wouldn't be as practical maybe for the next homeowner that wherever they build their house, they have to put in piping or whatever in a pump house versus having the well just built within their foundation or next to it. It is a possibility. It would be that much more money that the client and I put out prior to getting, and especially in addition to the fencing issue, which is also something I'll probably speak to as well. The, I think we have almost all the landowners said they did not need the fence or require except the landowner in Florida that owns the farm. East. And he called the drainage that Jocelyn Drive, which is what the Willwood irrigation district refers to it, he called that a swale, but it's 20 feet deep with vertical sides that the irrigation district cleans out. And I don't see how that's going to impact. I don't think that livestock would be traveling back and forth, but I don't know what kind of leverage or leeway the commission has on that since it's state law, right? The other issue is the line runs right down the canal. So obviously you can't fence it down the center of the canal. So our client would have to put it quite a ways inside of the property.
We have no control over that statute.
that's-
It's the state of Wyoming.
Kind of what, so hopefully down the road, the commission can approach state of Wyoming and get this law rewritten to be a little more practical for. And as far as septic issues, I don't believe my clients had issues with this operation septic field. That would drag out subdivisions to be taking a year long. We have to wait till every one of it. Regulations.
Madam Chair, Rusty, I haven't been out to this property, so, but question that was brought up by Mr. Nielsen on the groundwater as far as your perk holes and your exploration. Did you see any evidence of the canal causing sub groundwater coming up? I mean, he has a valid point. A lot of some
Right.
areas that are being developed, you know,
Right.
they're taking those out and the waters in the canal, it changes that quite a bit. So I mean, I'm looking at the map and it shows the canal quite a ways away on the other, in fact, I believe the south side of your property, Mr. Nielsen. But would it extend all the way to cause the groundwater to be much higher? And I know there's ways around that, but the perk rate looks good.
When we had
What
done
you
the.
did.
Yeah, when we had done the.
I just wanted, you know, to be safe. Everybody wants to make sure everybody knows up front. So I mean, that's something that we need to. I question from your engineering perspective, Rusty, do you think it needs to be further explored?
When we did the perk test, it was end of March. So at that time, they were dry all the way to the 10-foot depth or whatever for the depth of groundwater cut that was made. Again, speak to how deep the water would be and at what times after the irrigation. And Randy might be able to speak with his experience of living there for so long. I know he talked about a neighbor that had problems in a basement with water, but
I mean, the vegetation around will tell you a lot. Is there foxtail and things like that in the
I
area?
think there's a little bit of a low laying area, maybe in lot 3. Where there's a little bit more vegetation that
I mean, it
shows
could
up.
be,
And I could have Randy speak to that as well, a little better, living there. Cause in March also things always pretty dry.
I mean, maybe we could solve that problem just a comment on the plat. And that an enhanced system could be positive, but I'm just. On septic. The septic part, I just think that that is a legitimate concern for somebody that lives there versus somebody that visits it in March.
And once people apply to have the septic built for their home and do the septic application, you know, they maybe would have to consider some of the alternate like septic plans.
That's why we would put it on the plat, just so it's a.
Because then that's after the fact.
Right, yeah, if that happens.
Madam Chair, that point. At what time do we start dictating all these perk testing taking? Everybody's property is different. So at what point do we start dictating? You can't do it in July or you can't do it in December. I mean, that's a risk that we take, but where do we draw the line with that?
I don't know that we have a line. I think part of it is a lot of what you said about where it is, because of canal seepage and river seepage and things like that. It's, you know, all places aren't equal. You know, kind of our regulations don't stipulate that. Maybe we need to look at that. because of those issues, those same things that affect both wells and septic.
So at that same time, then are we gonna, how are we gonna do that where every chunk of property is different? You're gonna start dictating by where they're zoned or when we do the perk test? I mean,
I don't know. We're not doing it all.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just, Commissioner Stewart, it was just. We put on the plat that an advanced system may be required.
sure.
And when you have a neighbor saying that this is an issue, I mean, I think it's to our advantage to at least say it may be required. When it comes time to put that in, they're gonna be required to do that test themselves. And hopefully they will do it at the peak groundwater to make sure their system is working.
As the people also move to sprinkler systems and center pits, that changes the nature of all this too. And we're seeing other issues where groundwater is not being charged. An issue, not enough water, yet too much water all the same.
Madam Chair, I'd like to address the idea of perk tests. I've already talked with you guys about this problem that we're having with perk testing in the winter, groundwater being done in active irrigation occurring. You can see groundwater from 6 feet in the day. I mean, when the irrigation starts, so it's pretty significant. There are areas though that can have groundwater implications from other things. You know, there are other things that can cause sudden change in groundwater. Something that we face on subdivisions, obviously the subdivider is required to incur groundwater cuts for half of the lots. So when the lot owner comes in then and says, hey, the subdivider just took care of this, why should we do it again? Well, for the very reason that you're not putting the system where the perk was done. Or the perk was done in March and now here we sit in July. I anticipate you may find groundwater that wasn't there before. But this is literally a fight that we have to put up with it's all the time. So staff is obviously in favor of protests and groundwater that's being done during the active irrigation season. I believe because it's recommend the same or subdivision. I recognize that's a cost to the neighborhood, but that's a more accurate depiction of what's going on. However, I can move 50 feet across the property and I can get. So I think it's difficult. It's not an easy question to answer. I think it can be better. You know, as we do our regulations, but I think when you have neighbors or when you have other evidence that's helpful that there's problems, we're gonna have to start to do this. And you know, you mentioned some of the other solutions in the area. If you look around to some of these smaller parcels, some of them haven't even been developed yet. So now I've got more wells coming potentially. What impacts are those going to have? So that's one of the concerns that I have as I look at the distribution of the wells so far. I think the age of some of those wells. Some of those wells have static water at 4 feet. Now, do they have static water at 4 feet today? Probably not. Changes in irrigation practices, changes in watering from the properties, but still, I mean, back in the there's still more properties out there.
Madam Chair, Joy, if I remember when we were talking about the major subdivision, Buck Creek, we determined which way the water was flowing. That it was coming off the farm first and then going to Buck Creek. Do we know if it's hitting Mr. Lorenz's property first and then Mr. Nielsen's and he's sort of getting the remnant of that? We know what the water flow is. And that's the same as with the neighbors north of her. Are they getting that water first and then she gets the remnants of it?
Anyone else from the public that wanted to speak on this? Anyone else from the public that wants input?
Chairman, President, public hearing.
Second.
The movement seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes, public hearing is closed. That's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair. The applicant's representative suggested that there's concern about the fence placement. Obviously, state statute addresses the perimeter of the subdivision, but it's not logical for a subdivider to place a fence clearly in your agreement. So what is the board's position in a case such as this? As to where this fence, since it will not be feasible to put it actually on subdivision.
Madam Chair, my first stab at that is going to be where the irrigation easement starts on their property.
I don't think that's.
Yes, it's along the Joslin Drain, so and to make it more complicated, Willwood Irrigation District stated that, I think it's 50 feet. 50 feet from the center line or as much as needed, should they require more, so.
That's
But-
much as needed.
Yeah,
Mhm.
But Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
an easement is defined on the plat. And they can say what they want. But their easement is as much as they can take over on a person's property.
Not necessarily on some level.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They'll say 60 feet or what's necessary. So
But-
even though you plat the 60, if the worded easement has different wording.
It's worded that way in the easement itself.
well, and to complicate it more, there's not an
Jenny.
official easement, sorry, there's not an official easement, but exactly what they stated is the easement is 50 feet on each side of the center line with the option of exceeding that width if necessary. A large berm of dirt exists along the west side of the drain on the subdivision, and if work on the ditch is needed, they will remove the dirt to make their work area bigger. So it's just one of those things that under, like the Act of 1890 or whatnot, that they say they can take whatever they need.
Good question.
Yeah, I just feel that we go back to the subdividers, like their expenses.
Madam Chair, before I would make any move on this, I'd like to get the water stuff cleaned up. I'd like to have more information on that. If there is a water rights dispute that's been filed, has there in fact been one filed?
Yes.
Then I would like to, I would prefer to see how that's resolved before I make the decision. I'm only one of five.
Yeah. And I did speak with the state this morning and they indicated that, some are quick to resolve. He said this likely could take a while. He said sometimes they take a couple of years, seasons to get through. Because they look at the overall, irrigation runoff, what's actually affecting it.
And if I understood what you had said earlier, their dispute resolution is pretty much stating in what order water rights in those wells can be received. So if you have the newest well, you're gonna be lowest man on totem pole. So then the next person back and the next person back. So these 3 wells, if we do these 3 or so, whichever it turns out to be, the newest ones, there's a possibility that they would be lowest on the totem pole and not be able to receive water in these wells if there's an issue. Is that correct?
That's the way I understood it. However, they can't do an interference claim. Someone can't initiate an interference claim unless if there's interference against an existing well. So it would take those wells being drilled and there actually be them running out of water to, yeah.
But at the same time, Madam Chair, Mr. Nielsen indicated that they might be able to come to an agreement. If they come to an agreement, then
Could do it sooner.
Yeah.
To the surface.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so the public hearing's been closed. I make a motion that we continue this until we can iron out both the fencing issue and the ditch and this other water issue.
Madam Chair, a motion is not necessary to, a motion would be necessary to continue the public hearing, but a motion is not necessary to make the final decision.
You've already closed the public.
Yeah, we can render a decision at a later date. We don't have to find when that is.
So from what I'm hearing, there'll be no decision today. We need a little bit more information and we need to
And
see
it
what can be
cannot
worked out.
And
Madam Chair, and I think we're to that number 2 point, shall provide plans for the mitigation of the water right conflicts, which means you and you get together and come up with some kind of plan that will make us all excited to pass this.
we can hear from them on stuff we've already discussed within this public hearing. Yeah, I understand your recommendation. It's now up to the rest of the board.
Pleasure of the board. Just wait, see what they come back with. Okay,
So, Madam Chair, what is it that?
kind of number 2. Provide plans for the mitigation of the water rights conflicts resulting from the use in the proposed subdivision. So the conversation that we've heard today is they will have discussions over what the possibilities are to make this work. Alleviate the concerns of the neighbors. At least basically alleviate the concern.
Madam Chair. I think that's the best route, just simply because it gives you, it's only one of what's 7, 8 conditions, but you don't have to go through the expense and all the trouble of the other 7 until you get that one ironed out. If we were to approve this, you still have to fill that condition and then whole thing might be dead. So this, I believe, is the best interest for everybody.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for your patience. The next thing on our agenda is Mary Johnson, Oxbow Center, special funding request. Would like to come forward, please. Excuse me, we need to keep moving with our meetings.
We do.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, can you take it outside?
Randy?
Great.
Can you,
We got more stuff going. Just if you could take it outside, please.
Thank you.
Wheels of government, one of them.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you
I'm-
for coming.
I'm Mary Johnson. I'm the CEO of Oxbow Center, and I brought Becky Ransom with me.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. I am currently the CFO at Oxbow Center.
So we were here recently talking about the merger of Yellowstone Behavioral Health, and so you might not recognize the name Oxbow Center in our special funding request, but we're formerly known as Yellowstone Behavioral Health Center, and have had historic support from the Park County Commission. And we're seeking that support again for behavioral health services that are specific to crisis care in the county for residents of Park County. Our request is $50,000, and that's been supported in the past by the commission.
Primarily, that funding goes to unfunded services that we provide for citizens of Park County when they're in a mental health crisis or an emergency and require an evaluation and then further services beyond that.
Thoughts, questions?
Yeah, just a question. I mean, going back to my former career, what kind of, is this included? Do you still provide mental health for those people in crisis in the detention facility?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Are you, which side of the detention?
Well, you never know what I might do.
Which side of the bars we talking?
Both.
We'll go anywhere that we're needed. Primarily, those services do take place at the detention center, the hospital, or in our facility.
Right, okay, thank you.
This seems kind of quick after that. You know how this works, so we appreciate you coming in and we will recognize the name change. So we'll get that handled, but we will go through our budget in the next few weeks and that will as soon as we can. Okay, all right, thank you, thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Rebecca Burns, Palo Economic Partnership, special funding request. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Burns, Executive Director of the Palo Economic Partnership, and this is Molly Lynn from Garland Light and Power. She is the PEP Treasurer. She's going to join us today. So I will just go ahead and talk a little bit about the work that we have done for Park County in 2023, what we're aiming to do in 2024, and love to have any questions from the board. So if you look at industrial development and agriculture, I feel like we have been doing and moving mountains when it comes to agriculture in Park County in 2023. We worked tirelessly with the University of Wyoming to publish the ag study. That was really something that we had been going in front of the commission for quite a bit of time, and to understand actually the economic value of what agriculture brings and how we can preserve that industry and how it kind of relates to all of the other industries that are very important to Park County. And so that was it was a big achievement. And you know what, data can be kind of difficult to digest and hard to understand. So we followed that up with an event called Agri Insights. And it was a full day event held in Powell. Unfortunately, timing, I know, was a little precarious for the commission to attend. But essentially what we learned is that when we bring every piece of an industry together in one day, there really is a huge amount of return. And so what that looked like was having the university come up and explain the ag study, having a board of financial professionals talk to the ag community about all the many and different ways that they can finance not only their traditional farm, which obviously farmers know how to do, but also any additional ag businesses that they might have on their farm. And it was really great to hear the financial people come back and say, hey, you know, we just didn't know what was really happening up here in Park County. We didn't really realize that you had all these agribusinesses that were actually taking place on farm, again, contributing to not only the county's wealth and prosperity, but also the state's wealth and prosperity as well. And agriculture has also a huge impact on pretty much every other bit of transportation, for example, when it comes to increasing rail capacity, even having the railroad here, it's a lot because those agriculture products are being shipped in and out, which gives other business and industry opportunity as well. So it really does have a huge ripple effect. And we were happy to bring that to the table. So, and enlighten that to the county, and then also the state were excellent partners. We also sit on the Park County Open Lands, which is a fairly newly formed committee of the Jackson Hole Land Trust as a tool, which I know commissioners are aware of. But again, it's a tool to save agriculture, and it's a private deal between the landowner and the land trust. But it just gives farmers opportunities to keep the land or keep the land in their family if that's something that they're wanting to do. And then looking forward to the future in agriculture, we have hired our first agriculture Vista, who's going to be really focused on providing local foods and filling that pipeline. So what we've learned is, hey, we've got, we make a lot of money in agriculture, but we could do a lot more. And can we supply restaurants, schools, for example, so on and so forth with local products? And really, we have a lot of the producers, making things on farm, but we are missing a few pieces in the pipeline to figure out that farm to school piece, for example, and then farm to restaurants, hotels, and industry. So again, just bolstering the ag economy. It's a long game, but we're working on it piece by piece. Promoting PAL, of course, Park County Travel Council gives us money to promote PAL, and then we do that within our own budget as well with membership dollars. It's really important to talk about things like PAL produces 85 to 90% of the craft brew, barley for the craft brew industry. I just completed an ag tour today with the Office of Tourism. So the more people that are saying and sharing stories of PAL and distributing those on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and our website and blogs and print materials and all of the various things that we do is really important, again, for economic prosperity for the county. Business assistance. So we do that through our member benefits. We also do that by asking the businesses what they want. We have been undergoing a huge effort to get 200 business retention surveys complete. We're about 75 complete right now. The board members have been helping with this effort in addition to staff members. And really what we've heard from the businesses is they really want to stay here and they want to grow. And they need workforce. This is what they tell us. They need workforce. That workforce needs housing. They need better opportunities to train their employees locally. They need better infrastructure. They need better transportation in and out of the Big Horn Basin to get their products in and out and to streamline their business and industry. So we have taken the initial findings and really trying to wrap that into our programs. And, as we hear something, we're communicating with Northwest College or CTD, for example. We're definitely communicating with local government and we're moving the needle for those businesses as they tell us what they need. We invest in data and economic modeling through IMPLAN so that we can have insights that businesses need when they ask us, well, what does your census look like? And all the planning that the county commissioners have been doing totally helps in this effort where we can point business and industry, say, hey, you know what? The county just underwent the land use plan and there's a lot of really good information in here. And then we kind of back that up with targeted data and we get that from IMPLAN, which is really big. We've also undergone a basin-wide effort, but it really does help Park County as well with the Next Gen Sector Partnerships. This is a program that Wyoming Workforce has paid for in every single region of our state. And for a while, the Big Horn Basin did not have a Next Gen Sector Partnership. So Mayor Matt Hall and Cody, he spearheaded this and brought me on along with Christy Graham fairly early on to get the businesses involved. We've just written a very small grant, and really what that looks like is cataloging the businesses and letting the Office of Tourism and helping businesses catalog themselves, like on Google Maps. Seems pretty simple, but you really do have to sit shoulder to shoulder and make sure that they're putting in the information correctly, just to elevate, letting people know what's available. And also letting the Office of Tourism know what is available. And that's really all through that Next Gen Sector Partnership. And of course, we have a lot of networking opportunities and so on and so forth. You all know how much we do for outdoor recreation, so I feel like I don't need to repeat it. We've had so many meetings lately about this. But essentially, the idea is when we have assets, then we can build outdoor rec industry with the goal of recruiting and manufacturing at the end, but really working on those assets. We've done a lot in that in 2020 and we'll continue to do it in 2024. The industry verticals that we're looking to work within are kind of the same in 2023 as 2024, heavily in ag, moving the needle there. Obviously travel and tourism through the Next Gen Sector Partnerships, promoting PAL, outdoor rec for sure, and aerospace, which we have been working in kind of fits and starts, but you'll see some movement happening in aerospace with some projects that we have going on as well. I'll stand for questions.
I'm sure your ag expert through Vistas from downtown Chicago. Okay,
My ag expert for Vista is from North Carolina.
there you go.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay, it looks like pretty similar to last year. Question? I don't see too much change there. We're kind of how this all works. Figure out where we can get to. What we can do for everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. I'll let you know. Thank you.
Good day.
The next, the next thing on our agenda, Dusty Palmer. CYR, special funding request. We can add another chair. We're okay. No biggie. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just pass it off.
Well, thanks, everybody. Administrator Wade, Madam Chair, and other commissioners. Dusty Spomer with Ardura here today is Chairman of CYR, Cody Yellowstone Air Improvement Resources. Coming for you to talk to you about our funding request. I know I wasn't able to be here during the workshop last week, so we had another group here, but with me also is Aaron Buck, obviously Airport Director, Rex Burns and Ryan Hawk. You'll, I'm sure know, but they're also members of CYR on the board as well. Currently, we just went through some reorganization. We have myself as chair, Mayor Matt Hall as vice chair, James Klessens is our treasurer, and Rebecca West that West is our secretary. So we've gone through some reorganization. I want to tell you just a little bit. I know, again, I wasn't here, so I hope I'm not too repetitive, but I just want to hit some key points, if you don't mind. Our goal is to grow our air service and make it a very substantial part of our, a catalyst to business development and economic development in Park County and the Big Horn Basin as a whole. Right now, we're not the preferred hub for a lot of travelers, whether that be tourists, whether that be business travel or your personal travel, to go see the grandkids or whatever it might be. And that's what we intend to change. And there's different streams that we need to work on to be able to do that. And so, the main thing here is that when we look at business, it's about being able to provide the workforce, the housing, and we think air service is right there with it. And that's where we've come in as a nonprofit to be able to fill that void. And so that we can bring that capacity and demand into balance. So I work in the airport industry, and one thing you learn is that there's always this idea of build it and they will come. You don't know which, chicken and the egg. You can't build the capacity without the demand and vice versa. And so sometimes we need to stimulate that by being able to come forward with what we call a minimum revenue guarantee. And that's very common in the industry. We're currently using it with the EAS program here in Cody that provides our basic service. But for us to be able to grow to that next level, we've got to be able to have some funding to provide those MRGs, to go out and find that next component of capacity, which would then bring behind the demand. And it's just, I've seen it in lots of different airports in Wyoming or mostly in the West, that once you provide that capacity or choice of capacity, it just grows pretty much on its own, because right now we have leakage that is going out for various reasons. So that's both incoming and outgoing. So like for me, a business traveler,
right now, over the last couple of years, I fly out of Billings probably, I'm gonna say at least 4 out of 5 times. And that's not by choice. I will always try to book here if I can. And it's not a cost issue. It is about, does it work for my business travel? And is it gonna be reliable for that trip? Oftentimes I'll have to actually book Cody. But I'll look at the weather the day before and decide whether I better get ready to make the switch to Billings. So we need to be able to provide some more reliable aircraft service to be able to fill that void. The other part of it is tourism. When we look at where these travelers come from, whether they're coming from Asia, coming from Europe, they want to be able to get one stop from whether that be Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle. And right now, we can't do that other than through Denver. And that is a severe limitation in that international travel. So I just want to make sure that, you know, those points are realized. We, you know, come here today to talk about, you know, some requesting funds. And we want to make sure that we help you understand that we're not solely looking at the county to be able to do that. We've got several ideas in mind, one of which is to get other entities, putting some skin in the game as well, beyond City of Cody, beyond Park County, but going to other travel boards, other chambers of commerce, and other boards like yourself around the Bighorn Basin. Again, because they have travelers that if we can entice them to come here, then they're not bypassing us and going to Billings or heading to Casper or wherever they're leaving from. You know, the airport is in as good of condition as it has been. And when I say that, I mean in terms of facility readiness, in terms of staffing, their board. So we've got a facility that is very much ready to go to be able to accept the service. So the big idea is within just a few days, we're going to make our first leap, and that's we're changing the EAS provider, and that's going to go to SkyWest. So that's a bigger aircraft and it's going to be a newer aircraft. It's going to be more reliable. It's definitely a more reliable carrier by the record, and that's going to be a huge improvement in itself. Following that, our next goal is to bring on a second carrier, a second hub, and that would most likely be Delta through Salt Lake. As anybody knows, it traveled that before, especially if you travel a lot to the west. That becomes a huge element, being able to work out of Cody. And take my business, you know, the business that I'm in, that's been a limitation to growth for my 20 years in the business, is that, you know, when we had our top service here, I could get out and get a business trip in a day and be home in my bed that night. Right now, it takes 3 days to do that same trip if I want to leave for Cody, oftentimes. And so I just want to make sure that you know, is out there. Then ultimately, again, attracting a second hub, probably through United, or it could be Alaskan or another major carrier, to be able to be that one stop from either East Coast, Europe, Asia, or wherever those travelers are coming from. Right now, Billings, Bozeman, Idaho Falls, Jackson, they're crushing Cody. And some of it, there's not a great reason for it. When you look at Idaho Falls, what do they bring to the table that Cody can't or shouldn't? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Now, I understand what Bozeman has to offer, what Jackson has to offer. We're not going to do that dual season role here, but we can, and they're putting a lot more passengers into Idaho Falls than they are to Cody. Lastly, I just kind of want to hit on administratively, we've made changes. We've got a board in place with the treasurer that's going to maintain those treasurer roles. We've got a separate administrator hired in a part-time capacity to be able to do our day-to-day function of the board, just keeping us more on track so we can focus on the goal. And so I just share that because I know that may be a concern, and we've remedied that. We've also brought in professional services and do our taxes. We're looking to have them also do bookkeeping. Our new administrator won't be in a check writing capacity. And we just wanted to mention that here as well. So that's all I wanted to kind of throw out there, and we're all here to answer any questions that you might have. So.
I think the one thing, or the part of the key here is, to me, is the minimum revenue guarantee that you talk about for bringing in the second airline. Is it something that necessarily has to be spent, or all of it spent, depending on what the employments are? Is that true?
That's
That's
correct.
how it works. Okay, so
Yeah.
some of this could carry over for a year or two, depending on how it all, what they require and what their usage is.
Yes, and you know, CYR actually has a history, and I meant to actually bring that, I spaced it out, but we have a history of being able of meeting those MRGs that, as I recall, I think they were up in the $800,000 range. And not having to pay them. So absolutely right, it is a guarantee, it's not a payment, it's a guarantee of putting the butts in seats, and we've often done that.
Yeah, and we've recently been, the capacity, from January to today, we're at 83 load factor, right? That's the way they do it. And so, that's a load factor that you wouldn't expect to pay much of your MRG that you're doing, you know? It's a really good load factor. And I would expect that even adding flights, that we're gonna continue to have that. We're an attractive airport to fly out of. Free parking, one of the things that we're able to help maintain. And I think there's a lot of people in the community that are already driving to fly that Delta flight. So, we're gonna fill it up.
Any other questions for the commissioners?
Just
Thoughts?
1 minute. With SkyWest coming in, I think it's Thursday, is that right?
The 23rd. So that's, yeah.
You still stick with the 7 a.m. flight and the 2:15 departures, or? Did they
So
change that?
Thursday, it's gonna go, Thursday actually starts 3 a day, so it's gonna be a 7 a.m. flight. A 10 flight, a 10 a.m. flight, and then like a 1:30-ish.
Well,
And then June 7th, actually goes to 4 day, and there'll be a 6 o'clock departure added to that. And so that's something I didn't bring up last time, is this summer with our consultant that we've hired and with the work that we've done with CYR and working with United, especially just to beef up our big success is we're up 18% capacity this summer with those additional flights that I just mentioned.
And, you know, the industry has a history of showing that growth begets growth. And it just, whether that's in seats, whether that's in, having second class of seating in an aircraft, whether it's choice of hub, whenever we add those components, it just opens up, because it's right now you've got demand that's going somewhere else. So as soon as that choice becomes, like for instance, first class, when we eventually get to that next class, it'll come after the CRJ2 that we're working with right now will be replaced and is being replaced currently. It'll give us a dual class cabin. There are people that go out of Billings strictly because they can't fly first class out of, and it's more than the person would think. So there's a lot of those choice factors that are gonna help out with.
Any other thoughts, concerns right now? Okay.
He couldn't stand it. Could not stand it.
I can do it, can do it, can do it. No, I just was going to say, to Dossie's point here. We're investing quite a bit as a Park County Travel Council in air service to try to make your guys' dollars go much further than just one initial MRG. We do have a consultant full-time that's working with us. We also invested, we're going to be investing $15,000 worth of marketing for Aaron to work with as well. I also run stuff on Expedia and TripAdvisor that is going to be putting butts in seats as well. And then on top of the $100,000, hopefully match from you guys, that's also coming from us. We are also putting out a guarantee for our consultant to use for $50,000 a year for the next 3 years for any new service that they provide. So if he does get Salt Lake back for us, we will be investing $50,000 a year dedicated towards that new market to make sure that those flights are filling up, to where hopefully the MRG dollars that you guys are providing can go towards something else to get stuff going a little bit quicker for us. Sorry, county person.
That was short and sweet.
Any other questions? Okay, you know how this works. We're gonna work through our budget over the next few weeks, and then we'll let you know what we can do.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your time.
Thank
Thanks for going.
And I still got my pad there.
You need another one?
I'll hit you up next time.
Okay, The next thing on our agenda, if you'd like to come forward, is the prevention grant, which is a grant provided by the state health department that is run through counties in the state, and we've done this before. Currently, the way it is set up, which we did about a year ago, I guess, was we put it through with Wendy doing the prevention work for the most part. We put it through One Health. Okay. And then things get reviewed by our health officer. Okay. And then it gets to the state reimburses us, and we send the money back to One Health. So there's quite a circle here that works. I think you're all interested in continuing the grant. Okay. Okay. One of the things that we talked about, and one of the frustrations, which they're well aware of, I'm on the phone with them once in a while, is the timing and the tracking and the whole nightmare of those state grants. So we were talking the other day with Mr. Polmeisel on how this works right now. And one of the reasons that we had Bill involved was because when we approved this a couple of years ago, none of us knew much about what prevention was supposed to look like and what type of work Wendy was supposed to be doing and what she was doing fit the grant. So that's what we had Bill looking at is what she's doing meet the grant requirements that the state wants. What I've talked about with Paulette is now that One Health is involved, they also have the ability to determine whether that meets the state requirements for what's in the grant. So rather than have Bill get kind of hung up in this whole process with the other job that he does, we were talking about just allowing it to work between Wendy doing the work, Paulette doing the review and signing off. It goes to the state, it comes back here. It would still have the county involved because we are ultimately responsible for the funds. So they would still come here, but it does take one step out of it, I guess, and maybe speed things up, because part of the issue with Steve has been that we've received the state money and held it for quite a while, which Steve's uncomfortable with. So we'd rather get that turnover going, but when it gets back in from the state, we're already ready to turn it over to One Health, and they're not waiting for that. So that's the process that I kind of worked out with Steve and in discussions with Pauline and how this should all work. What are you guys' thoughts on how that would work if you continue doing what we're doing with the prevention grant? And I guess the biggest question is, do you think the prevention grant is working? That's hard to tell.
Let me know. I think Wendy's probably got the data to tell you whether it's working or. So I would wholeheartedly say it's definitely working. We have so many fantastic projects, initiatives, and strategies being implemented currently in the community. We're actually not even looking at bringing in any new, too many new ideas, because we've kind of locked into some good things. So our relationships with the schools, with law enforcement, with our healthcare partners is pretty strong. I'm very excited to share that every school district and every school, middle school and high school, including Matitsi, participated in the prevention needs assessment this spring. So, which is kind of a big deal because around the state, that is not the norm. And we will actually have the opportunity to have incredibly strong data from Park County. The thing that I love most is Matitsi did not have to participate because their numbers are pretty small, but they wanted to be a part of it for the entirety of the county, to be part of that conversation. So that was, that's great. We have some plans to do some campaigns after that data is released from the from YSAB, but we've got the application is in place. The work plan is in mid-review. So we're actively working on it along with the budget. The Department of Health is reviewing kind of preemptively, making sure everything is where it should be, and then it will it'll be approved. The only asks that I have at this point around this application for the next 2 years would be just a signature from someone at the county. We've already had our coalition chair, Roy Eckert, sign off as a coalition representative, and the narrative is drafted.
I have copies if anyone is interested, and then we're almost ready to rock and roll.
One thing I would share, Wendy's work is great, and I think one of the things I would just volunteer as information and why One Health is a really good fit for this, and I think it's actually helping to spread the work of prevention throughout the county is we naturally end up in the prevention world with primary care. And we do primary care in both medical, dental, and behavioral health out of all of our clinics. We will have a clinic here in Cody starting about the second week of July. So we're hoping to expand those services in our Cody area as well as Powell. And what's been evident is we're working with the schools. We have a school-based program that really has a really strong partnership with some of the work that Wendy is doing. And then we do a lot of work in the substance use disorder realm as well, from an outpatient perspective. And what's happened is it's allowed us to really come full circle, and the CPG grant isn't used individually at One Health. It's actually used as an entire group of what we call community services. So it's just one piece of the generalized services we're providing to the community around prevention, which has really expanded what we're trying to do, because our mission as One Health isn't just, you know, the health of our patients, but it's the health of our communities in general. So we do feel it's a really great fit, and that we do a good job of utilizing the funds and actually making them go a lot further. We just actually have paperwork in place to start actually expanding that to really focus the work on families and children. Working with the Wyoming Children's Trust to provide additional services really focused on our families and children. And being able to use the CPG funds, those funds, as well as some of our other grant funds and other funding sources has really allowed us to get a pretty robust program going. And so I just think it's really, I think we will see those continue to see the benefits of that in Park County. Assuming the county is willing to sign off and as us being the steward of these funds. So.
Any thoughts?
Short timer.
I'm not sure how this would take it, but you know, this kind of sounds like California's before 2012 when the hospital was like. Now we've gone full circle for 12 years. Now One Health sounds like they're gonna is a big benefit.
And to speak to your first part of your question about the process, I would say that we're pretty much doing that now. We've had some adjustments, and I'm looping Steve in directly. So he's a direct now. I just drop a packet off to him every month. And so it sounds like that is a process that works for me. If it works for the county and if it works for One Health. I know I'm work very closely with our finance director there, our grant finance director, and she's been supportive of that as well.
Yeah, I don't know, to that end, I think that's fine. I mean, obviously, I don't know how much, I've talked to Dawson quite a bit, so. So we have a grants finance director that's really focused and she reviews every single grant and is really adept at making sure that all the documentation is on. We have had a few hiccups, but we have worked through those. And because of the hiccups, I think that's where we really came to start looking at like, can we, the fewer middlemen, the better. We had even talked about being able to just go straight through the state, which would have been handy, but not feasible at current time. So, and that was really the reasoning behind, nothing against Bill, at all. It was just more trying to make it a little bit more direct so that we didn't have as many, hoops as we, you know, that lovely game of telephone, which you all, I'm sure, has played over the years. So,
Well, every one of them took time.
yeah.
You know, it got hung up somewhere. It was hung up for a while. So, okay. Any other thoughts from the commissioners?
Kind of a question. refresh my memory, dollars and.
Absolutely. It's a 2-year funding and the dollars have stayed about the same, but for Park County, we received 387,000 and some change. So we were about over 2 years. Yes, I'm so sorry, for a 2-year grant cycle.
I mean, in a nutshell, Madam Chair, we'll just kind of pass through this wheel.
That's. For what it's worth, we did maybe have a conversation about trying to minimize county's involvement at their request, but that was not an option.
It didn't work. I tried.
I even wrote a really good letter.
Yeah.
I channeled my inner Dossie, but it didn't.
Sorry, I think the county attorney trumped you on that.
He tends to do that.
The other thing,
We did, but I was just to
Right.
let everyone know, the state encouraged us to have that conversation.
the other thing that we do is we do, Wendy's office is in the complex. There's a little bit of rent there involved, but we do support it. Okay. Any other thoughts or any reason you feel like we wouldn't approve this grant moving forward?
We need a motion to help you sign the. I'll make the motion to approve the prevention grant pass through and have the chair sign the document.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the grants. In the process described. Any conversation on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So I'll get with you and we'll get the paper figured out.
I can even leave this with Molly.
Yes, that'd be
It's
great.
ready to go with your exactly where to sign.
Okay.
And
Okay,
thank you.
all right, thank you. Bill, I have one more question.
Stay out of school.
You can come on up.
You're
It's okay.
in timeout.
In the principal's office.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks for coming over.
You walked in here.
I did, I walked in, I volunteered.
I just need to know where we are on the COVID funds, because I talked to Steve yesterday and we've got 8,000 or 9,000 back out of 80. So we're still trying to figure out if you sent the stuff to the state, then we can lean on the state, but in the meantime, we need to know if you've really, if the stuff is.
No, I'm actually working on another send on the bill.
Okay,
Part of the funding, we've got until September. But I've already got. I'm working.
okay, all right, if this. Steve mentioned it because it looks like it's lagging. Well, we're just worried that the state might make a decision, as you just said, in September, so they have made a decision on the final.
Well, and that's the state provided funds.
Right.
Okay, and, you know, I cut off of the 365,000, I think, total. Take it all back, but 65.
Okay.
So.
Right.
It's just a matter of sending in the bills.
I think when I looked at the paperwork yesterday with Steve a little bit, we're still looking for what he perceived to be about 78 or 85. Okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Those are funds that we already paid out.
Right, right. It's supposed to be reimbursed. Right.
Be nice if we get it done with them the budget year.
Okay.
Same.
That was a hint.
Nice, you know.
Thanks. Okay. Come back. Commissioner Teal.
Okay. In a nutshell, old growth discussion is, it was requested by the WCCA, Mike Christensen is leading up for the Wyoming County Commissioners Association to team up with State of Wyoming State Forester and the Governor's Office. Basically, we're all familiar with the fight with the Department of Interior for a better reasoning. It's President Biden's 30 by 30 plan, America the Beautiful, to try to put under protection federal public lands. This is the same thing, only through the U.S. Forest Service. We're requested to sign MOU as a cooperating agency. of Park County. Mike has put together a template draft letter MOU for that purpose. We really don't have a huge concern in Park County with old growth. However, it would help the state overall, for our support to basically, we can get involved as much as we want or as little as we want. Then I just actually received an email while here talking on this grant from Mike Christensen. They're gonna hold their first meeting with the governor's office, state forester tomorrow. But for the involvement, but it's basically a request if we want to throw our name in the hat as a cooperating agency, we need to get an MOU signed. And this basically, this template, if I haven't already sent it, I think it will fill in the blank. For me. It's kind of Commissioner Livingston mentioned, you really can't lose anything other than just saying behind the counties and the state that this will truly affect.
So you're asking, you're requesting action to requesting that we make a motion to sign on as a cooperative agency.
Yes, and the explanation is to support the rest of the state.
So the
Have a motion and a second to have Park County sign on as a cooperating agent on the old growth process. And stay on through WCCL.
Yes, and I would ask for volunteers that want to be the lead on it.
On the
if they want.
Let's do the motion first.
I'm not sure if the Forest Service will require like them, like for the BLM, where they have one person. I'm not sure. Hopefully anybody and everybody. And I will forward that recent email about the invite for the meeting tomorrow. Anybody wants to.
Motion on the floor to approve. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Any opposed?
You have that?
Yeah.
Molly, do you have that template? Want to forward it again right now, distribution.
And what are your thoughts on who you want to be dealing with this, Commissioner Taylor?
I would
Hopefully
nominate
it's
Commissioner
open to
Teal
any and all.
to be a part of this group.
I don't really have a whole lot of input in it, but I
Or-
with him when I can.
Okay, why don't we do it that way until we find out any different?
Sounds good.
Okay. So Commissioner Teal will lead this and he'll let us know if there's anything else he needs.
Next year, it should be doing that.
Yeah.
It's also getting paid all the bucks, you know.
All those big dollars.
No. Anything else on that then? Commissioner?
Thank you.
Okay, that's the meeting on our county engineer back. Oh, we actually get a break thing. A few minutes. Right.
supposed to be, yes, you will be.
His office is just too far away now. Again,
Yeah. They're not gonna lie. So again, the authorities to evict me from there.
Found out. in contact.
Okay, that's nothing new.
Which,
Big time?
yes,
Uh-oh. It's not a good look though.
No, it's not.
I've never seen a guy come and smile at families.
I need to get my highlighter on.
You do need to.
Highlight.
Quite a bit different.
Well, no, here's it.
Oh,
The Wilson brothers,
Found it. Yeah.
and they did the math.
Didn't it?
There's actually
Shall we say it in the public?
Their bid on, their bid could be, this garden could be out for this calculation. Think of it.
Oh, here.
I've had,
They know something we don't.
but no, they got fingered 5 different bid items. They messed up 5 different bid items. They said just their spreadsheet shifted, but I can't make it cancel off some way. I've had to deal with this before. It's not fun.
2 out of 14 had. Right?
Yeah, the other one had, yeah, one just a little arrow up, yeah, $3 for seating, admin increasing, yeah. So we can write it. Split it there.
We didn't follow the secret of 6 million. Wilson. So Wilson's was clean. Okay.
Also off to the.
Are we in session?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it hasn't turned it back on yet. No, we were talking about. Turn it back. I'll make sure that-
No. I can see it as
Is this a bid or RFP?
I'll give you options.
So we're not good at options. Nothing changed with their alternate A. So nothing through here.
Yeah, the alternate A's, nothing changed on those.
Okay.
Final, I talked about it, but we felt like the cost increase on that's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Thank you. Okay, go over that.
We'll go with that. And I want you guys to know on the mountain construction on that big number of the item number 9. Their total on their bid packet that they gave us was 80,005. But they gave us a unit price of the 38.5. That's what. Yeah. You've been trying to knock the 0 off, trying to make the calculations out. Yes. I'll get to this, contract documents. The total never.
Based on.
Now, based on acres, 21 acres. Which we know we're doing Paragon. But even one of the contracts in that 23,000, but.
Getting ready.
Oh, just
Out the door.
close enough.
I mean, man,
Burn motion.
Scott,
She knows I'm bringing up Western Municipal in the conversation, so.
Oh, no. Been there, done that, Mr. Schatz.
Flashback, that's enough.
Make sure you work. Dragging those guys the other way. Yeah, they were having fun. He actually, he looks pretty pale, but he actually said he's doing okay. That's good. In fact, he's 13 months.
Yeah, I saw him like 3 months ago. He was like,
Yeah.
said the same thing.
Oh, Molly, those personnel forms, I don't know if you need those. or what. Personnel forms, okay, thank you. Oh.
Wendy. Yeah. And she said we keep this on file.
I don't know what goes back to the state then.
Okay, I'll double check.
It seems like it's a grant. It's kind of weird, but it reads like it's a grant we don't turn down. Automatically. Just figure out a way to work through it. You have to
We
report to
confuse
them.
it.
Can you?
Yeah. Yeah, we accepted it, we can refuse it. Yeah, I don't know if they're getting ready to repave or if they're gonna just try and compact in that. And Libya are using it as. What's that? I would advise me. I advise, if they don't need any advice, I don't show up.
Well, I think since you tried to rob some of my dirt, I can't believe you put the super truck out there.
You mean your illegal trails that you ride?
But not illegal. Yourself, yeah, but I was down, it's cattle trail. It's over that, right?
Cattle trails, yes. Last time I saw you, you were riding a cow.
But I was on the established trail. Good deal, that leads.
You know, it's got to be on it.
I know. If you would change the state of Wyoming, less restrictions in federal government.
In some things.
Unless you're good, but because you know, I see that.
Go to the fact that I like riding a lot more if I didn't get so much better in my problem.
I don't think that.
He needs something.
I don't think. quite-
Oh, he couldn't hear. He went. I don't know if they can do that.
I don't think can, it's not signed.
P and Z saying it.
Lincoln County, you gotta know they're joined in Lincoln County that there is absolutely no digging or testing of any kind of septic or well from November to pretty much.
Take up right out when there's a stain line in the dirt, you know?
Well, the way they, I think they're going about it the wrong way. If they want to do it, the person would take the county, the commissioners do it. But they could just say no permits will be issued between these dates. And
But if your start dates are done in some of those, your first rates aren't gonna be equal either.
yeah,
Yeah, that always goes bad. If the ground's frozen, the foot rate's always go worse. So I think, yeah.
I think people would dig up ground during that time to show their data. For that.
We actually do, it's always fall in the subdivision side of it, but we have to have. There's a lot that falls back.
But I believe even in Park County, anybody can go through the DSQ with it, if they choose to.
For the small wastewater.
There's many counties that don't, that's they have,
But we've been.
We entered into a delegation agreement.
That's anything engineer.
I don't know, it's probably shorter than the state.
They would sign the agreement, but I'm pretty darn sure.
But you can't tell me that the state responds very quickly on all.
Yeah.
That's not real. If they don't read, if they
That's
don't.
you're gonna leave me hanging.
That's your kid. You have to inspect.
Not if they don't want to, if they can't be there in it's like 21 days, I don't know what it is. Then you something.
It's better to just do it.
That's the best way to go.
Encourage them, okay?
I'm just encouraging him. I'm just stating the facts. Beg forgiveness, don't ask permission.
Okay, you're good?
I'm sitting in my.
Okay.
Yes.
The next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Shots, and Associates, recommend award of construction of Willwood improvements, phase 1, and chair to sign pending county attorney review.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm gonna turn this over to my sidekick here. He did all the crunching and of course it wasn't easy and we've got some complications, but he'll explain it all to you.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. I've provided everyone in this room a bid tab. So when we reviewed the bids that we opened up this morning, when we opened them up this morning, Mountain Construction was the apparent low bidder on the project with a base bid of $5,786,683.94. But when we went through their bid items that I've handed you the bid tab, under bid item number 5, map buried utilities, they had 550 as their unit price and they had a total of 550. So they were off by $25,000 plus change on that bid item. Bid item number 9, clearing and grubbing for acres, 21 acres of clearing and grubbing. Their unit price was $38,350, but their total price in their bid package was $80,850. Going down to line item number 11, install new double mailbox and 2 mailboxes, 9 of them. Their bid price was $990 and their total price on their bid package was $990. Going to line item 33 on the next page, install owner supplied 48 circular RCP flared ends. Their bid item price was $1,650 and their total was $1,650. Going to line item 35, install owner supplied 60-inch RCP. Their bid price was $2,200 and their total was $4,200. So there was the 5 different items that make up the difference that you see in the bottom of that column. And then also a thing to note is Avell Valley Construction had a miss on their bid item number 40 for seeding. They had $3.40 or 54 cents per acre seeding. And they messed that part up because then their total was only $56 instead of they had like 5,000 and some dollars in that. So all that to say is when we go back and we look at how the agreement for the contract is written in spec section 200, page 8, it says that any discrepancies between the municipal or the multiplications of units of work and unit prices will be resolved in favor of unit prices. So once we go off of unit prices, because we can't just guess what they really meant to have in there, you take a 0 off, there's something else that still doesn't quite match what they have in there. If you go by strictly by how the contract reads, the unit prices shows what your total is on that second page of the $6,511,183.94. So once we do that, then the Wilson Brothers bid package, when I look through their package, since they were the second one, they're the next current low on the project with their base bid of $6,054,795 for the base bid. When we looked at that, their unit prices and their total prices matched up, and so did Off the Dolls. Ben, Brian, and I had a conversation on the bid alternate A that we kind of talked about with that different binder. And looking at those prices, and we also consulted Mike Robinson, and we all feel for the price of that bid alternate with the additional cost of like, what was it, $61,000 for the additional cost for the extra oil, that we don't think the bid alternate would be a good selection for the county. We can handle that down the road with chips or something else that would be more cost effective than using the bid alternate. So going back to the bid prices, when Wilson Brothers, they completed their package, they provided, okay, all four contractors provided all the documents that we needed: the Wyoming resident certificate, the corporate seal, their bid bond, their subs, list of all their subs. All four contractors supplied all that. But after I review that, I've been in one of these situations where the bid tab or the bid unit prices and the total prices were not correct. And the district decided to go with what the contract says was unit prices, and that contractor that didn't have the unit prices correctly took that owner to court. And when we went through the court thing, that's what stood up in the court, was that the unit prices per the contract held up, that we had a contractor that didn't do some of the unit prices. And when we went to the court hearings, they said, well, we'll just give you those units for free. So what I'm telling you this is, I'd really recommend that you stick with the contract, or what your attorney tells you should do. I guess I should say that first, but off of that contract, Engineering Associates would recommend that the county award Wilson Brothers Construction, because they are the lowest responsive bid in the amount of that base bid of the $6,054,795. But Brian has some comments too.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So a little background, I knew this would be a little bit of a sticky issue. We're talking a $250,000, if I'm thinking about it right, $250,000 decision one way or the other ish. So I talked with Mountain, Kim, and their people, and what happened is they converted the PDF, you know, the bid form to a spreadsheet. And then when they converted it back, things got transposed on multiple items, and she even sent me the spreadsheets. She didn't even know which items. So it was a software error. And, you know, clearly one of the items, which is like the clearing grubbing, that one for the amount that's in there looks kind of way out, looks high, like ridiculously high. But Cody's right. And usually on other jobs that I've done, that's usually what we do, is we go back and the unit prices and the unit quantities prevail. I did call Brian Skort, just so we're all solid footing. Brian, because I kind of had a short notice of pressure, we talked through the issue. His recommendation would be that we wait till two weeks, which is your next meeting on the 2nd, give him a chance to go through for the 4th, give him a chance to go through it. And, you know, so I think those are the options that I guess we'd leave to you, is that we could either, I think, award to Wilson and be pretty safe. Or wait.
Let me look at it. Or you have to reject all bids and rebid the whole package.
We don't put it.
Just real quick, Cody, you've got on the Mountains final stuff, you've got the bid total and the
bid total was what they provided me.
You've got a swap.
Yeah, I got a swap.
So it even happens to the good ones.
Yeah, because our Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, because their original was the 5.7.
Yeah.
You add in the 724, it brings it up to 6.5. Those two are swapped.
Right. I'm from County 9, so I go from.
But unless it's the next one over and the next.
Right. Yeah, the bid total, the current bid total is what they provided.
Yes.
Original bid total.
You know, and like Cody said, you know, there's things in the agreement where you as the commissioners can waive informalities and there's you have a lot of wiggle room within that. But that doesn't stop you from getting litigation. You know, if that makes
What
sense.
Madam Chair, what you're saying is we couldn't, you think that if we stuck them with the 5.7 million and they took us to court, they'd win? If we made Mountain stick with their final bid total, which is 5.7.
Which they're willing to do. But if Wilson sues us,
If Wilson sued us, we would lose.
You're not going off of unit prices.
and it's stated in our contract.
Okay, that's,
But again, Brian hadn't had a chance to completely weigh it, so that's your call.
I'm sure, Mr. Story. Look it over and then, you guys, we're not under pressure, are we?
We're always under pressure, but 2
It'll
weeks,
take the project for a couple weeks, I don't think.
it ain't the end of the world. Probably the smart thing. When engineers try to do legal stuff, yeah, right, that.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd rather make for, so June 4th or.
I don't need to wait, then I will.
I messed up both all of us. Yeah, I think we'll wait and see what Brian says, and we don't need to do a motion or anything, because all we're doing is hearing a recommendation, so.
We just wait if that's what we choose to do. We don't have to look into the approval.
We do anything else for access and stuff.
We do.
States and.
And we had, at least we hadn't talked to Wilson about it, said they do this a lot, they understand the situation. It's just kind of sucks both ways. That
I
they
did talk to
often,
Wilson, they said, I don't know what's going on. I said, right now, you're the kind of low off of the numbers. You want to know why, and I said, the bid.
I think, Madam Chair, there was some discussion. The ability to start, and that's all iron clad in the contract. Number of days contract, I mean, every day, all four of these contractors can start on starting date. And to date. I thought there was some question as to wanting to delay that up.
During the bidding process, I had multiple contractors ask me to help from the completion date of November 15th on this road was, and I said, at the moment, that's what the contract reads. And one of them said that they didn't bid on this project, so that they couldn't even start it until next year. So they didn't even bid on the project.
That's what I.
Yeah, I've had, and yeah, the other one that said we might not be able to get it all the way done, and I said, as we get to the end of that, we can have those conversations. If the biggest thing that Brian and I talked about is we didn't want to have some of the Willwood Road open to just gravel all winter long. So we said we might work with a contractor that maybe they only mill 3 miles of the 5 miles, get it all reconstructed. And look at opening the other side or not, and if they get some bad weather this year, right, get some really bad weather or an early winter, that as long as we're not keeping it dirt and they have to maintain it in the winter, we might entertain a shutdown, taking it back to the spring, but that was but the ones that I talked to said they could do it. Wilson said that they could get it done. Mountain, I know, said that they had a lot going on, but I feel like that was just see what others would go out there on it, and offered also that they could get it done too, when I asked.
No, sure. Typically, correct me if I'm wrong, but weather days are acceptable, then you just add to the back of some contract.
If it was a per day, I'm sure, if it was a per day contract, this one's a calendar day, so in a calendar day setup, they have until this calendar day for a drop dead, so there is already weather days worked in there. But if there's acts of God of something, you know, like a snowstorm that shuts down the road for a week or two, then we definitely have that conversation and we can slide that.
And are there penalties?
If they miss that, yeah, they miss that drop dead date of, it's November 1st for substantial completion is $1,500, and then November 15th final completion, that's $500, $700, $750 that there's liquidated damages because of all just everything going on, there is those out there.
So, Madam Chair, knowing a little bit about the contract and the timeline and everything, I think we need to get started on this as ASAP. To me, it's pretty apparent in the bidding process that Wilson Brothers will be parent level based on the data in our rules state. Unit price prevails. I'm gonna go ahead and move to accept Wilson Brothers construction for the award of the Willwood Improvement Project
And a bid total of,
as presented in their bid, details for the amount of $6,054,795.
Subject to. If that's already reviewed.
Subject to, but not of the bid, of their contract.
That's already done.
That's
Oh, I thought,
contract, they just said.
yeah, we've already, so it's already, this contract has already been.
Yeah, well, subject
To review of the bid.
With numbers.
they've already reviewed it.
Right, no, but I guess that's for discussion, or do you want to talk?
Second.
They need a
It needs
second.
it needs, dies or.
That's second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve, or award the contract to Wilson Brothers, the amount of $6,054,795. And I kind of heard a subject to, but that was not from you. So,
Good discussion. I guess what I would like to see is, my theory is award contracts for that amount. Subject to the county reviewing the way the numbers that we got. That's this initial bid. Kind of review as far as what we stand. Between the two contracts. Sorry, what was that?
You've already reviewed all these numbers, but you've not.
Sorry, county.
But the county attorney has not.
The county, the engineer has, yes, I have. Your motion.
Your motion.
because that could happen in 24, 48 hours.
Do we normally do that?
We normally don't, but if there's a discrepancy, which has happened, we go to the county attorney for resolution.
Will you review these further?
I won't, but the county attorney will. I talked to him just today. It doesn't, we could go either way. Brian's recommendation is I didn't have a chance. So you need,
Did he mention that Brian's act for county attorney to act like he could look at it immediately?
didn't go into that detail, but he understands. We didn't go into that detail of when he could look at it, but he knows it's urgent times of. I told him we were meeting today to discuss.
Madam Chair, if I may modify subject to county attorney
Okay.
approval.
Okay,
And I would accept that.
okay, in a second. Any further?
I'm sorry, Colleen.
Discussion on the motion to approve. Any further discussion?
Just a point. You've said it's happened before, the $6 million project, they're making mistakes like this. That happens quite a bit.
It doesn't happen quite a bit, but it does happen, and I'm sure somebody really gets in trouble.
Oh, okay. As long as someone gets in trouble, I feel good about that. Now, is there an opportunity for somebody to come back at a lower price than what we got?
Only if you rebid it.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, motion is to award to Wilson Brothers $6,054,795, subject to county attorney review and approval. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. I'm waiting up one.
Don't go for it, Brian. Are you putting Ben up there?
Would that?
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is discussion of the state shooting complex support by Park County. Mr. Livingston, you're on that committee. Do you want to,
I'm not sitting out there.
you don't have to move.
No, Madam Chair, as you've been aware, we've had multiple discussions about the proposed state shooting complex coming to Park County. The site that has been chosen to put forward by the committee, the local committee, to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Task Force is south of town here. It's a state section, about 2,070 acres or 75 acres of state land. Currently, there is a road out through the BLM that goes to a gyp mine and then continues on as a 2-track to this state section. The local task force is asking the county's support in building that, turning that into a county road and building it to county road standards and continued maintenance of it as a county road from that point forward. Also, there is request to build a further 1/4 mile of road into the state section where basically the first improvements would be. And we can do that as in an MOU and it not be a county road. So, but we need some pricing. Yeah, we would, those are two different. Less than 6 million, or did you do the figures right?
Unit price?
Unit price, what, per rock?
Okay, Madam Chair, so we did go back and look at the numbers. I had, based on our typical gravel road, with where it was at up before, I had said that if you were to contract it out, it'd be, this is just to get to the state land property, somewhere in the 750,000 range, if you were to contract it out, materials, labor, equipment. If the county were to do the work, if we were talking just materials, not looking at equipment or manpower, so just materials, I had told set 400,000. After we went and looked at the site, with Commissioner Livingston, that first stretch of road up to the jet line is really pretty decent shape. It's been hit pretty hard by that jet line traffic. And, but then once you get past that, we figured the whole thing, you figured about 2.7 miles. And the first, I'm gonna say 1.5 miles, maybe a little bit more than that. I think we came pretty good on that amount. So the last part of it's just gonna be some on site, some cut and fill and whatnot. So I think Ben and I are in agreement here. We ran back through some numbers, Ben got some culvert, figured in where some culverts need to be. Looked at haul and distance and whatnot. So just materials, we think would be closer to more like 350,000-ish. For materials, and then for, if you were to contract the whole thing out, probably somewhere around 650,000. And so it's a little less what I told you before. And that, I qualify that's kind of, without the benefit of a survey, topo survey and whatnot. So we're gonna be in that ballpark. And it depends on when you build this, as you all know, with the prices are all over the place,
So Madam Chair, and maybe you mentioned it, but did that include the building the road on into the state land?
It did not, but it'd be pretty, because I'm trying to remember that first piece, it's fairly, once we were on the state land, it went to.
That was not right. You don't have a lot of.
Yeah, and so.
Topographic changes. Could be another.
Probably another 75.
Materials?
Materials and like.
Madam Chair. James and Glenn, if I recall, we're asking that for the county to build that, but then that would become state, that would become shooting complex responsibility to maintain their own driveway from the gate to the headquarters.
Whatever's easiest.
So we would wind up maintaining the portion of the road that would be a county road, which would be to the state. What's, I'm sure, what's the current estimate on maintenance of that, yearly maintenance of gravel road. When you make snow plow the whole bit. So I was thinking eight. It used to be 5, but it's gone up. You got snow plow and stuff too, that you're probably.
8 or 9 grand a year,
Yeah, about.
and that's if we have snow plow repairs in our use. Yes, sir.
What, I mean, what would be the reason, I mean, going to drifting happens all over that country, but what's the reasonable or the shooting how much would be used?
That's a really good point.
Year round? I don't know how, I mean, given the drifting in that country out there.
Make sure we have, I know there's such.
And Madam Chair, the facility, are you talking about drifting once you get into the shooting complex or just getting to it? Getting to it and the whole complex. There's a possibility that the headquarters could be utilized throughout the winter for different events. One, we're talking about the possibility of putting the 4-H FFA, all the shooting, high school and 4-H shooting out there, the 4-H archery out there. So it would be something that the main headquarters would more than likely be used. And then it's no different than found any other county road.
And Madam Chair, at least getting back and forth to the side of it. Once you get on the side, it's a pretty rugged country. It's a beautiful country, but that portion that the gym line's maintained now, I believe they operate year round. So they're in there keeping that going too.
And so, Madam Chair, that brings up another question. If we build this and turn this into a county road, then are we keeping it open for the gym line, or are they going to continue to
I think that would have to be some discussion with them. Seem like impact them somehow.
Well, we're also talking a couple of years, which can change a lot of things in the jet line world too, so we just don't know what those agreements could be in the future. That's the hard part about this, is we're looking at something down the road, which, you know, even with us, we're not part of it.
Yeah, so Master, it really depends on how you want to look at things. If you wanted to say in-kind equipment, labor, which is a cost, we need, you know, so that we'd be doing that last part, you'd be talking probably 650,000-700,000 ish. To that's again, third-party costs, that would be our true cost. And the materials would be closer to 400,000 if we pick up that last piece of off the state property.
No, we can't come under recovery money because all recovery money, well, we can't say that, general fund recovery money, it could, but we don't know if we'll have any left until after the HVAC projects are done. Because we basically committed to that. The other art money had to be committed, has to be committed for its particular use by December. And so, yeah, there isn't anything left in there. I think we'll get shot if we try to use the county road fund.
What you're looking for is a commitment, is letter of support, right, that you can submit with your. Worst case, we're looking around 700. But the only way I would really support this is if it is true in kind of agreement. Timing might be an issue, but they're gonna have to be stuck with that. That we use this similar to 700. That's my point. Yeah. So bottom line, you're looking 700, 350 maybe in material. And we also have an option out there that we won't know until we are awarded the whole complex of possible material close to the site through on a one-time through the BLM. So we can save a lot on that. Of that 350 material, how much of that is pipe? Maybe over 50 grand, 80. So, I mean, there's a possibility, although we may need some, crush to hire somebody to come to process the material off there, but I really don't think we're gonna be out of pocket using true taxpayer dollars.
But we
In the
still-
700,000, but we can commit to up to 700,000 in kind. Long we agree that can't be contract. Actually have to pay a contract. I guess the number that we'll be using.
One thing about it, Chair, I'll throw out too, we discussed, we are gonna have a pretty good stockpile of concrete, crushed concrete at the Cody landfill. So our prices are importing material from off site. If we could use that, that's $13 a ton compared to.
There's some options in the future. Manager, speaking of which, you may want to hang on to that for a bit more. I know there's some discussion of them taking some of it in trade of the crushing. Out at, but was that a Cody?
Cody, they've got in their agreement, they could take up to 5,000.
Oh, we already have.
We have that in the, up to that.
I'm gonna to that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to go on record that I support this. So we're taking my bike track, but I guess I compare it similar to what we look at lane 17. I mean, I support us to the property, just like we do on lane 17, but then I don't agree with the maintenance or construction thereafter. That's my 2 cents.
The other scenario that actually the county attorney through some discussions with him and review. We looked at manners that county roads are designated. And there are 2 statutes that involve the county road designation. There is one that's road established by consent of landowners. So we've had a conversation with BLM. And there are any landowners at this process.
They are,
Well,
they're the managing
managing
agency.
agency, but they believe
We all own it.
that's. They do not have a problem with this,
No.
so they would be a cooperating agency on this as far as landowners go. That statute is 24.3.108, so the county attorney suggested that if we agree that we want to move forward with this, that we use that statute for establishment of the county road because of the way it's set up.
Madam Chair, at this point in time, I might be wrong, but if we agree to start the process, if Park County Receipt is a word decided, we don't have to quote anything in there right now about how we do it.
Yes, we suggested we put that statute in there, although we're not gonna do it until, or if we receive.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, he and I don't always agree on everything, but
That's his comment.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
so how does he want it work? Cause that's,
I can give you a rough draft of how he wants it for him. It was that we would do a letter of support, and if Park County is approved for the site, it would be including that Park County will establish under statute 24.3.108 a county road to the site with BLM approval with cost not to exceed.
so I'm gonna make a motion to use that language with the amount of $750,000. Not to exceed. In kind, an in-kind contribution not to exceed.
I will second for discussion. Is your intent to also have wording in our support for? I mean, if we adopt it as a county road, we're kind of obligated to some extent, what that extent is maintenance.
Well,
Kind of goes with the.
But we can,
Are you wanting language in there about some kind of discussion with the gyp mine or? I think.
not so much the gym mailing, but as you need further
I don't think we do because any county road we establish
We'll have maintenance.
Yeah.
We
have
choose, yeah, we choose. the
And we choose what level of maintenance we do.
Right.
There's no set standard. When we have county roads, we throw a blade on once a year. We have county roads that chipsy. So I don't think we need to dive into that at this point in time.
I didn't know if that would give further.
Well, maybe there's a deal to be had with certain people, you know, when we can share a maintenance. Yeah, I mean, for our costs there, we'd be like 15, 20 grand.
Did I put in a motion that included letter support for the?
Oh, it's my first.
Yeah, okay. It does.
Is your, Jared, is your intent, the extra quarter mile is right up to the building facility?
I say we don't, I say no. I agree with Commissioner Stewart.
So we'll just between
We want to state land.
I think I'm the same way, and if in fact Park County gets this granted in a year or two from now, and actually it goes to working through, maybe there's a time there can be some.
And that
discussion about
doesn't have to happen at this point in time. That is something that if we're awarded, then come back and we can enter into an MOU to do it at that point in time. I don't think it's necessary right now.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that's the best simply because if I understand this correctly, the state actually chooses the site. So where we think we want it may not be. So we don't want to commit ourselves to building a switchback clear to the top of the bench. So. Good.
Commissioner.
Well, I guess for clarification, we don't know what's happening with the budget. So are we committing this regardless?
It's 2 years from now, possible. It could be longer than that, but. Yeah.
And
We're committing up to $700,000.
And
In kind.
In
yeah,
kind.
Madam Chair. Yeah, again, it first off, it has to be awarded to
Right.
us.
Absolutely.
And then at that point in time, we can do a line item to, we can steal some money from county road fund. Do a line item.
But Madam Chair, were you
Yes.
planning on, if we said, let's go with this, were you planning on putting something in the budget for this year?
Sounds like you're a couple of years out. So, yeah, I was not planning. I was thinking if something happened, we did get it. They did it, we got it. Then it would be something you could bid if there was an emergency or needed to build it. But I think it sounds like it's a few years out.
James, your timeline thoughts?
Really important, that's right. The legislature will take this up when we. Very long. Action will be taken immediately on the problem. Right? Build it in 2025, utilize it in 2026, so this is a couple of years out. Okay, but we gotta go building, we gotta go stuff. We need a road. So I would anticipate in spring of 2025, we're gonna be talking about how to get the road stuff, stand up the building, make the shacks, and all of the different.
Probably spend a month of there. That was what I was thinking.
And if we ended up backing up into 25, some we can amend it.
Yeah, it sounds like you'd be happy to take the brush, we could always come back.
Amend the budget if we need it. Then we can steal it from the county.
Just want to make sure we're not.
And this is just a matter of, and whether, if we get it and we decide to do it, and this is the cowboy in me, we rough it in there. We let them get all the construction done before we put a finished product in there. I would not build this road to a finished product while we're still doing heavy hauling in there. Cause you're just beating the hell out of a good road. Yeah, you pit run it to get. Until. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion on the?
I have one comment quick, just because Zach is sitting over there corner. They held last week, I believe it was, an open house. And Dossie was there, Lee was there, I was there, you guys, the group here put on a very good demonstration or presentation on, the economic development, for Park County and what this could possibly bring. So, we're not doing this just to help a specific, this is for everybody.
I think there's
Millions could be.
there's two things involved there. There's the economic development that can help all of us in Park County as far as the uses and more people coming for multiple reasons. The other thing is it is access to public lands, which we've heard for years, or I've heard for years, that we need to be sure that the county keeps that available, and this is just one more area that can happen. I mean, I know some of you use it, or
There's already
right
access.
now, yeah, but this would continue that and make it for sure.
One other piece of this puzzle is that also is if we ever do develop an emergency route,
Yes.
this is one first part of it.
On the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does come across
You
and
can
hit the
come-
back end of the Diamond Basin area.
Community shut.
That was brought up the other night. Yeah. True. So there are some other things, and we're always looking or hearing that we need to diversify a little bit in our economic development, and this is one way that we may help Park County when we're losing economic development in some other areas. Okay, any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I, just of the road issue.
That's because you can't go out there and ride your motorcycle.
Okay, I have 3 positive votes, motion passes.
No, I'm in favor. I just, I don't agree with it. I'll clarify. I'm only opposed, I'm opposed of the putting the road on the state. But
We did.
I know, but the other issue I'm opposed is setting amount of money that we don't know budgetarily we have without pulling out of reserve and everything else. That, if we had the money today to write that check, well,
I know to make sure that was my point, to make sure that this is a time, because in reality, we probably will only be spending somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 out of taxpayers' money for material and possibly some gravel. Maybe if we can get material on site.
Materials be 300 materials.
Even on site?
Not if it's, yeah, that's.
And I talked to Cade.
I just do, I want to be kind of careful.
Sure.
Cade thinks it's a pretty good possibility we could have one-time site out there. Can you provide the address and information to Molly for the veteran support? Where we send it to? You got it? Okay.
Clerk Renner, you had a comment?
I was just gonna suggest we put it in, when we're doing the budget, we could put it in, carry it over. If you're worried about the bonus.
there's a lot of issues with mine, but I mean, when we've got other things we're trying to do with the employees and a lot of different things, but I get the economic part, and I totally get it, I support it. It's just
But he doesn't, that's okay.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
Madam Chair, not to beat the horse, just thinking back to like how we handled the flat federal highways and other that are way out, you know, that are 2026, 2027.
that's 1.5.
Yeah, once we commit, you know, and you get into the whole encumbered future boards and all that. But you almost can't go after these funds without a commitment that may not be. But I'm just saying that's how we cut it. Now our county road funds.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think you depleted it
Yeah,
earlier.
we depleted it.
Okay,
Motion adjourned, Madam Chair.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's-
I should.
The votes for that.
I gotta get to Matiti for my awards.
There you go.
Yeah, you do.
Is it a lamp, leg lamp?
No, I gotta give up.
Gotta give out a scholarship.
But I don't have time to go home and get cleaned up.
It's Matiti.
Oh, I just gotta, actually gonna put some holes in my shirt.
You want my sticker?
No, I got it. Every time we donate to